The Babylon can't hold the flame forever the same. Never the fortune or the fame forever the same. Oh, when we call upon his name forever the same. Say Babylon can't hold the flame.
Never wanna stand up for myself. Never wanna get in the way, I said it. Don't know what the plan is, but you can share it with me, and I'll be listening in to everything you say. I won't turn away, and I'll listen, open up my heart, and I must say that I love you so. Ooh la la, I've fallen in love, and it's better this time than ever before. Ooh la la, I've fallen in love, and it's better this time than I've ever known. Every day is a battle I face. Strange life I live, but it's what you decided. Give it all into your hands, do what you will with me, and I smile when you speak. Remember all those times I was hoping for something, shaking my head from all I've done. But you never left me. Ooh la la, I've fallen in love, and it's better this time than ever before. Ooh la la, I've fallen in love, and it's better this time than I've ever known. Ooh la la, I've fallen in love, and it's better this time than ever before. Ooh la la, I've fallen in love, and it's better this time than I've ever known. Give it up for you, I'd give it up for you, I'd give it up for you, I'd do anything for you. 1, 2, 3. Ooh la la, I'm falling in love, and it's better this time than ever before. Ooh la la, I'm falling in love, and it's better this time than I've ever known. Ooh la la, I'm falling in love, and it's better this time than ever before. Ooh la la, I'm falling in love, and it's better this time than I've ever known. I have fallen in love. 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 If I was to tell you just how much I need you, would you come tonight? Or would you not believe me? 'Cause I love that trying to change the rules. You deserve something good in your life. We're waiting for far too long, so come get your blessings tonight, baby. Won't you come over, love, so I can show you love? I promise I got enough to give you all that you need, baby. So many search to find a love that's as good as mine, but I don't wanna waste your time, so bring it on to me, baby. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Baby, let me teach you, give you love instructions, show you what I know. Need to take it easy, ain't no need to rush now, baby, nice and slow. All this love I can give to you, I expect just a bit in return. And you don't have to be perfect, love, as long as you're willing to learn, baby. Won't you come over, love, so I could show you love? I promise I got enough to give you all that you need, baby. So many search to find a love that's as good as mine. I don't wanna waste your time, so bring it all to me, baby. Turn out the lights, I'll give you all of my love tonight. Let's do what lovers do. Oh, I'm ready for you. I don't wanna waste my time, so don't make me beg tonight. Don't keep me waiting for love. Won't you come over, love? Come over, love. Show you love, show you. Promise I got enough to give you all that you need, baby. So many search to find a love that's as good as mine. I don't wanna waste your time, so bring it all to me, baby. Ooh,
Rosinya uli di sombranzelten mak e zu ita saluda antes di niga Radzaudzan malak estrezas durante in todo il memu a nogi distancia como pugi palu zangiman malak guafi con una sughiairi preba tu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues atan fanni bandera kau esta pagua pumalalapa Giluk tanu man libri Sentami ti man and cold body.
Say what the hell was. son who then he must be good and in a sinyaku who fresh in my settle Arabapute then defendi e hinengi e cultura e linguae airi e hano Tanitano Tamoru, yes, yes, yes. Tanitano Tamoru, yes, yes, yes. The Ile Shaku, la la la. Did it to get into stop that? 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 It's the who, what be my ihilo. Tani Biblia, Ibandera Ibandera Mohan, yes, yes, yes. 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 Ibandera Mohan, yeah.
Morning, Guam. Right on. Morning, Bree.
Good morning.
Hey, Bree. What's up, Bree?
What's up?
What's up? Good morning, Jason.
Look at that shot that Joser got outside. It is coming down outside, guys.
It's raining cats and good logos out there. Please, Adai Talent is Palaxi to the maxi. Kahulu, wipe away the mugu. Let's go. First day of school. Come on.
Yeah, there are thousands and thousands of young school children who are going to be headed
Yeah.
back to class. But
Yep.
please, please be safe on the roads.
Yeah, be safe out there, guys. Good morning. Morning. Hope you're good. Yep, first day of school. You got school, kids. It's Thursday, August 12th, 2021. Good morning, Link Fam, Facebook Live. Our listeners on the Breeze, good morning. You want to up your experience on the Breeze? Add video with our Facebook Live feed here. The Link Fam. It's brought to you by Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, IT&E, and Jack in the Box at 6:20. A huge show this morning. There was a big press conference yesterday. The Delta variant is here again. As you guys may recall, it was about a month ago, there was a JIC report that said they had caught a case of the Delta variant, but when we had asked public health about it, they said that it was contained. It was caught, I believe, in quarantine.
That's what you recall.
Yeah, it was. That's what they said. So it was a travel case, and they caught him. And then I guess so. How it works is when they send off these samples to the CDC. In case you guys missed it, there was a big press conference yesterday, and they sent off a bunch of samples to CDC, which they've been doing. They got them back, and 5 of them were positive for the Delta variant. And so what happens now, what public health is doing now, is they're looking at those samples that they sent off, and then they kind of go back and backtrack all the contact tracing, and then they kind of work from there.
Right. And the difference between the samples, the results from the 5 from the one back in June, is that this is a community transmission.
Exactly.
There was no travel history involved, so
Exactly.
that's why it's a big concern.
Yeah. And basically, if you have 5 cases of the Delta variant with no known travel history, that means it's out here in the community. It's very simple to just do the math on it. If we've got the Delta variant in the community, we're seeing this crazy surge of all these, high numbers of positives. These numbers would have shut us down last year, right? But the difference is the game changer, according to the people in charge, is the vaccine, right? Yeah. The jab, like people are starting to say.
And what everyone needs to watch out for is the hospitalizations.
Correct. Which we're at 8 now. We're gonna find out more about the hospitalizations this morning with May Habib of the Guam Memorial Hospital. We're also gonna catch up with Brogan Walker, who is a local MMA fighter training out in the American states.
Yeah.
Yeah, she has a fight coming up.
Yes, she does.
Right on. That's your
Excited.
girl.
Yeah, she's
You rolled
great.
her, right? I
She's-
heard you topped her out.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, no, that's what I heard.
No. She's a great person.
If Bree actually did
teacher, I took a it wasn't necessarily a class. I did a feature on her
Yeah.
and some of the girls over at Purebred, and they, man, that was felt like
You could take them.
no.
If
Yeah.
Bree
No,
tapped, if
'cause
Bree
Bree is-
tapped out a
I
athlete
did
of
not tap.
broken-
Let's
No, yeah.
No, no,
Okay, I didn't tap anybody
yeah,
out.
You
No,
did,
Bree.
not, but I'm
Bree
saying
goes around bragging at the office how
yeah.
she tapped
Bree,
out
you
Brogan.
would never hear the end of it
Oh,
because Bree,
hell no.
because Bree would be like, welcome to my Instagram. I tapped out Brogan Walker. Link in bio.
I did not. If I did, I'd be like, yeah, I did. But
Yeah,
you know,
yeah. That's
hell
'cause
no,
there's-
I didn't.
That's because there was no fair punching.
I don't think anybody in this room could tap out Brogan Walker. She is an elite athlete.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
Yeah.
not just her physical conditioning. She also shares with us. She commits to diet, to
Yep.
fitness, to her training regimen. She's got the mindset of a champion. She's got the heart of a lioness.
Yeah, dang.
Wow,
No,
Jay.
she's a really
tell
good
tell us
interviewer.
what you really
She's a
think.
teacher.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she's a teacher.
I took the
And she's also a
self-defense. She's self-defense.
Yeah.
And as you know from your interview, she's a really, really nice person.
Yes.
Yeah, so
Super
she's
cool.
coming on, guys.
Yeah, I have ultimate respect for athletes who are, who they get it,
Superintendent John Fernandez. Yes, you have school, guys. He's coming on. So Isaiah Uggan is going to Zoom with him.
Right. Isaiah's covering the first day of school, so he is going to be at Jose Rios Middle School where the superintendent will be, and hopefully be able to do the Zoom interview with him and
Right.
just go live
Yeah.
from
Yeah.
PD.
I know the Soup had put out a couple things on his Twitter, and basically the tone was like, "We are having the first day of school. I don't care what you heard. We're having the first day of school."
Can I
It
make
is
a-
happening.
can I make
Wear
a
your
real-
masks.
Hold
Can I
on,
make a
Jason
teensy
wants to make
request?
a yes.
No, a teensy request, guys.
Okay.
I'm
A
serious.
teensy one.
Could we say a prayer not just for the students heading back to
Oh,
class,
wow.
but everybody involved in like public and private education this
Yeah,
morning?
you can. Go ahead.
Oh, you want me to? Okay.
Yeah, please.
In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit, amen. Heavenly Father, we ask your blessings this day as everybody heads back to school. We wish everybody safe journey as they go back there. For the students who are going to begin this school year, Link fam, pray along with us, please. As the students begin their education, we hope that they would be vigilant to the safety and health concerns. We want to pray for the teachers and for their patience and for their commitment and for running the classrooms, for the administrators who are overseeing the entire school, for the student aides, for the parapros, for everybody involved, like in education, for the
Amen.
volunteers that are managing
The
traffic,
bus drivers.
Yeah.
and everybody.
The
There's
bus
so many-
drivers, the maintenance people,
Yes,
my Uncle
the maintenance
Phil
people, the
who-
security
right?
guards.
worked so hard to get everything ready. But also, Jay, let's pray just for patience and easing of the mind of all these parents and these school staff who are, going to work with maybe a little more stress in their mind because of this news about the Delta variant. Just ask for patience from the parents who sometimes get a little frustrated on the first day of school, Lord, and just for safe travels. Of course, the patron saint of traveling, St. Christopher. We ask that he bless the roadways this morning and keep everyone safe.
And also the patron saint of students, St. Thomas Aquinas. We ask for Aquinas' blessings on the students again and
Amen.
everybody involved in
And
education.
also, Viva Santeria Comelin.
You want to add to this, Bree?
Yeah, in the name of the Father, Son, Holy
Thank-
Spirit, amen.
Way to end it, Bree. That's
All
it.
right.
Closer.
Have a
Right on.
good first day of school,
All right.
everybody.
That's right, guys. Come on. I know it's.
Be proud. Be safe.
I know some of you kids was holding out, waiting. You watching that press conference, like, yes, no, you got school. My boy was up at like 4:30. He sent me a picture in his uniform. I'm like, dude, you don't even got to be in class till 8. He's like, oh, I'm ready, Dad. It's 6:26, so yeah, it's the first day of school. There's also a little system, a weather system that the National Weather Service is monitoring. Okay, I know that you guys might have got the link in your WhatsApp. It was forwarded. Once it says forwarded many times, that means like it's gone viral, like the Delta variant. And so I don't know if you guys saw that, but we did, of course, reach out to Brandon Idolette of the National Weather Service, and he's going to come on and talk about it. And obviously, we're going to get Chima Mbakwan, the Chief Public Health Officer, this morning to just break down the news, the latest news here. The surge continues. He has more information on some of the contact tracing, some of these events that led to this surge, Bree. There was a wedding, a barbecue, a karaoke bar, right?
Yes.
Yeah, which she's going to have in the news, and we'll have with Chima also coming up. And then we're going to catch up with, there's a Chamorro professor at the University of Pittsburgh.
The Panthers.
Yeah, guys, so if you're
Very
ever
nice.
trying to get into Pitt, just use him as a reference. Dr. David Sanchez. He's here with a bunch of his students. They're engineering students, and they came out to kind of examine and learn more about like sustainable engineering. And so they did a bunch of tours all over. They went up to Marbo Cave after the incident, and so we'll talk to them about that. I also reached out to Buddy Bree, Cecil, Buddy Orsini,
And
the chair of the Contractors Licensing Board. He's going to try and jump on this morning, but they had issued a notice of violation.
right. Yeah, I saw the press release.
Right.
It just is like notice of violation. And
That's it. So, of course, I was like, yo, what is this? We need more info on this, man. He's like, okay, I'll try. But
Man,
it's- I asked him to come on at 6:30. He was like, I'll try. And I was like, okay, well, how about 8:30?
Wow, so imagine sustainable engineering students from Pittsburgh coming over here and just like examining Marble Cave. They're like, wow, we're undergraduate students. We left with PhDs.
Right, I know.
All of the material we had to like
Right.
process and analyze. And
It is 6:28 in the morning. It's Thursday, the first day of school. We do have some comments here.
people joined us in
Yeah,
that prayer. Thank
man,
you, Link Fam. That
you
was,
know, guys,
that was good.
I feel like we've been having John on, every week, and he's been providing a lot of information. But it looks like some people maybe been too busy to kind of pay attention to what the protocols are. So they get on the bus, they get temperature checked at school. And so we had a comment here. Why would the schools take temperature at school and not before the kids get on the bus? If a kid is positive for COVID-19, they now just contaminated the whole bus and the bus driver? Yeah, that's a DPW thing, right?
Yeah, and we've been kind of asking that question.
Right, yeah. But DPW have been kind of hard to get on.
Yeah, we've been trying to get the director on for a couple weeks now. And
Yeah,
I, don't know
I saw
what's
him at
going on with
Adeloop,
that.
though. It was funny because
That's
it's
great.
like, dude, I've been trying to get you on for how long? And he walked right by me. He's like, hey, Chris. Like, hey, answer your phone. So, yeah, we don't know about those kind of things and what kind of led DPW to do that. But it
But
would
that all
probably...
has to be approved by public health.
Right,
so,
you're right, yeah.
You know,
So these are the kind of questions, obviously, parents have a lot of concerns. I mean, if you're looking at the comments for the press conference yesterday, a lot of them were like, hey, is John Fernandez coming? Or, hey, what's up with school? Or, oh, the GDOE should be here to talk about the schools.
But to be fair, GDOE has had these virtual sessions with parents, and
Yeah.
they provided the Zoom links for parents to talk
Yeah.
with GDOE leaders and ask questions. And
Of
I think the
course.
last one was on.
The
It
night
might have
before
been Monday.
yesterday.
Yeah, Monday or Tuesday night.
And Public Health participated in those Zoom sessions as well, right? They had
Right.
representatives directly in there.
But, guys, I mean, just to play devil's advocate here and to be also fair, when you have a big press conference drop with huge news like
Yeah.
the Delta variant is here, of course, you're going to have a lot of concerns from a lot of parents. And I heard just at the school level from some friends that there were parents who were calling in yesterday who wanted to switch their kids to online because of this news, but they couldn't because, everything's kind of like locked in place. And so, but I'm pretty sure, I mean, GDOE and John's been very understanding of like parents' concerns. So I wonder if this surge continues, are they going to try and like reopen up some of those online options? Because, yeah, you're right. GDOE has been, I think they've been great in providing information, not just on the show, but with these parent Zooms. And, John's been like all over the place. But this was a late in the game curveball that, maybe we kind of expected it. But again, when you get that huge information to come out, there's going to be concerns from parents.
Exactly.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm still concerned.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I was concerned before the press conference. Right? So how does it change things? I don't know, because now the question becomes like in our little circle here, right? So we were slated to do an event. I don't know if we can talk about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we were going to
Well-
do the trench challenge with the Special Olympics kids this Sunday. But when this press conference came out, we decided to pull
At least our team.
our team anyway. And it's really just because a lot of the Special Olympic kids are immunocompromised, and we're not sure of their vax status. And it just seems a little risky knowing that this Delta variant is 2 to 3 times more contagious than the regular COVID. And so it's just kind of like a safety call, So that's what's kind of happening is people are now acting ahead of any type of restrictions that the government's going to put down, because it is kind of interesting that you have the governor and her, panel of all the Dr. Cabrera. I mean, it's big when Dr. Cabrera comes out with the slides. But you had your panel saying, oh, my God, we've had the Delta variant, but it's okay. Okay, we're not going to change anything. You know what I mean? It's kind of interesting. And so you just got to do what we got to do, guys. I mean, honestly, man, got kind of emotional yesterday, Bree, watching this press conference, because people are just tired. They're so tired of wearing the masks, of just the looming threat of COVID. And the world, the island, is so divided over this virus. And I think that's probably a greater toll than, the deaths, and is that how divided our community is. I mean, they're just people who don't believe anything. It's just nuts, guys. So, yeah, I mean, we just got to do what we got to do. You got to, I mean, even if you're vaccinated, I don't care what you guys think about the vaccine, if it's a lie or if it's going to give you a third eye. You just still got to be safe, because at the end of the day, it comes down to us. We got ourselves out of here, and we can do it again if we just do what we got to do.
We beat it back without the vaccine, and now we have the vaccine, and we also have information and experience.
Because we can sit and talk all day, and we probably will, about whether or not we open too fast. Should we have done it more incrementally? Totally should have done it more incrementally.
It was incrementally.
I felt like it should have been more incrementally. But I know.
I could tell when when the press conference started yesterday, normally, I mean, they always have like an introduction of exactly who is in the Zoom.
Yeah.
And when they did it yesterday, I was just hearing it from the side, I was like, oh boy, this is going to be big, because they were like, we would like to recognize the presence of Honorable Lulian Guerrero, Governor of Guam, Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio, Dr. Mike Cruz, the head of the Surgeon Cell, Dr. Felix Cabrera, the Chief Public Health at Chima Mbakwim, from the CDC, Dr. Thane Hancock. I was like, wow, this is like...
Yeah, when you hear Thane Hancock, it's like, oh.
Yeah.
Oh, get ready, guys.
Who
Get
else
ready.
was there? I mean, the big wigs from healthcare, obviously, but
Art
Art
Augustine
from Public Health,
yeah.
the director, yeah.
So, guys, the message again is...
They had a straight flush yesterday, though.
Yeah, it's just what I said. We got to go back to the basics, and that's what they're really trying to impress upon people, to get a lid on this surge. I mean, if you think about the numbers we've been getting the last couple of weeks, Bree, it's crazy. It's a crazy surge. So just do what you got to do. Let's go back to washing your hands. I mean, the kids and I were supposed to do something this weekend. They're like, oh, we're not going to do it. So just chill for a little bit, guys. Chill out. Let's try chilling for like 3-4 days and see if we could put a lid on this thing. At 6:34, Thursday, August 12th, this is The Link. My name's Chris. That's Jason. And now with our first look at news from the KUAM News team, with the very latest, brought to you by Pacific Points. Sabrina Salas-Mantanani, good morning.
Off it, everybody. The CAR score and the number of new positive cases continuing to surge. The JIC reports 48 new positive cases of COVID out of 1,060 tests performed Tuesday. 21 of those cases were identified through contact tracing. To date, there have been a total of 8,817 officially reported cases of COVID, with 143 deaths. 268 cases are active. That includes 8 hospitalizations, with 1 person receiving ICU level of care. And 8,406 people have recovered. The CAR score is now 9.0. The JIC also confirms that 5 COVID samples sent to the CDC for genome sequencing were identified as the highly contagious Delta variant. It's believed the Delta variant was introduced to Guam as far back as 1 month ago. Additionally, as GDOE prepares for the first day of school today and the return of face-to-face instruction, there are 3 more confirmed COVID cases. One is an employee at Finnegan Elementary, Machinau Elementary, and Jose Rios Middle School. The campuses have been disinfected and will be open for the first day of school today. Meanwhile, in a news conference yesterday, the governor announced that while she will not increase restrictions at this time, authorities will be closely monitoring the situation. Nestor Lecanto reports.
I am very concerned that we are headed in the same direction we were last August. Should our situation escalate, specifically with COVID-19 hospital admissions and the number of people requiring ICU level care, I will reinstate restrictions.
Public health officials say since about July 23rd, there have been 322 positive cases, 227 local, and 95 linked to DOD. The infections occurred at various events, from a large wedding to barbecues to a karaoke bar. More than 600 contacts have been identified, but Chief Public Health Officer Chima Mbakwan says there are still unknowns out there that the alert system is unable to track because of a lack of cooperation.
We've actually met some stiff opposition from individuals who we reached out to get phone numbers and contacts of individuals. We've had difficulties in contacting individuals who are part of these clusters due to lack of information.
Despite the recent surge in cases, the governor still expects public schools to open tomorrow.
And should the need required to shut down the schools again to protect our people, of course, that is going to be that will be established and implemented. But I am very confident that if we do our part, that we will not get to that stage.
Officials urge a return to the basics of washing hands and wearing masks.
In line with this, I have asked Public Health and GPD to continue enforcing the mask mandate and to issue citations to those who fail to comply. I also strongly encourage businesses and those hosting events to require vaccinations. This sends a strong message to patrons and attendees that we want to stay safe.
If infections continue to rise,
we probably would decrease the numbers in social gathering, Nestor. And then if we continue on, we would probably look at occupancies in restaurants and bars.
the bottom line in the wake of the new jump in cases, says the CDC's Dr. Thane Hancock.
The Delta variant just really reemphasizes how important getting vaccinated is.
Continues today at the Old Teadston Carnival Grounds from 9 a.m. to 12 noon. Bring a photo ID. It's 4 people per car. Additionally, a COVID vaccination clinic is being held today at the Micronesia Mall from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. A COVID vaccination outreach geared toward GDOE employees and students also scheduled for 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. this Saturday at Teadston High School. Also this Saturday and for the next 5 Saturdays until September 18th, a drive-through COVID-19 vaccination clinic will be held at the parking lot across from the School of Business and Public Administration at the University of Guam from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Again, that is this Saturday. The Delta variant surge has taken hold just as millions of kids are headed back to the classroom. This has reignited the political debates about vaccine and mask mandates. Skylar Henry has more details from the nation's capital.
Protesters demonstrated outside.
How can my kids learn when I can't with the mask on?
As the Broward County, Florida School Board voted to institute a mask mandate in schools.
My children have displayed more maturity and compassion, as well as a better understanding of our immune system than our governor.
The move was in spite of Florida Governor Ron DeSantis' order barring mask mandates, and he's threatened to withhold the pay of school administrators violating the order.
Ultimately, my view is it's a parent's decision.
But now the White House says it may be able to financially support anyone who loses their pay as a result of mask mandates.
We're looking at a range of options to support the public health officials, the teachers, and officials who are trying to protect students and their communities.
President Biden held a closed-door meeting with business, university, and healthcare officials who have required their employees and students be fully vaccinated.
To the American people who haven't taken the vaccine, that it's in your interest, can save your life, and can fundamentally impact on the lives of your children or people you love.
But vaccine mandates remain a polarizing topic. A new Morning Consult political poll shows 56% of Americans strongly or somewhat support vaccination mandates for everyone, except those with medical conditions. And the divide is largely political, with Democrats far more likely to support vaccine mandates than Republicans. Skylar Henry, CBS News, Washington.
The Judiciary of Guam is following the governor's lead in implementing mandatory vaccination of employees. Supreme Court Chief Justice F. Philip Carbolito issued an administrative order requiring full vaccination of judiciary employees by no later than October 11th. The order states that any employee who refuses to get vaccinated or provide proof of vaccination will be subject to weekly COVID testing or face disciplinary action. The order also extends to volunteers of the court. The first official day of the fiscal year 2022 budget session lasted all but 3 minutes. At the start, Finance Committee Chair Joe San Augustine moved a new substitute version of the government spending plan to the second reading file for discussion, but shortly after, Senator Amanda Shelton motioned to recess until Friday to allow more time for the public to review the measure. When they reconvene later this week, senators are expected to dissolve into the committee of the whole to question the administration's finance team. While they're likely to seek answers on the governor's ARP spending plan, DOA Director Ed Byrne, who will be one of the panelists, said during an appearance here on The Link that they might not get any because the budget deals with operations and is a completely separate issue from ARP, which is under the governor's purview. The new substitute budget bill calls for $617 million in appropriations. That's about $7 million more than what the administration was asking for. In other news, Adelup and the legislature continue to spar over local pandemic assistance following the governor's press conference earlier this week. Speaker Therese Terlahi called on the island's Maga Haga to stop playing games and pay out the RISE Act immediately.
The highly contentious and confusing RISE or All Rise program took another turn down the 8-month-long path to payment. Last week, senators passed 2 bills to remove any more speed bumps by streamlining the program, removing the $30 million cap, and increasing the one-time payment to eligible applicants. Governor Lilian Guerrero, during her press conference Tuesday, called out senators and the speaker for what she believes is dollars and nonsense.
I just have to say this. As a former senator, it's both unheard of and impractical that 2 conflicting pieces of legislation be sent to the governor's desk. I'm not going to speculate why the speaker allowed these bills to be considered in session when at the end of the day, whether I sign one or veto both, they create more legal issues at a time when so many people are waiting for direct relief. Let's be honest, their tactics are more about recognition and headlines than helping the people.
Senators have maintained that their bills aren't even necessary because the governor has full authority over ARP money that's being used to pay the RISE All Rise program. In a statement issued by the speaker, quote, "It is ironic that the governor is alleging the motivation in passing legislation was about recognition and headlines, then immediately took credit for pumping $1.2 billion into the economy when that came from the federal government. We sent 2 bills with 2 options to remove any perceived impediments on the RISE payments. All the governor has to do is pick one and stop the games," end quote. Standing with the speaker are several Republican senators, including Senator Tello Taitagui, who, like her colleagues, are confused at this point which act to follow.
We just gave her an option. Which route would she like to take? We all know that she created another program called All Rise, and now it sounds like she's scrapping that. She's scrapping the legislature's recommendation in the 35th Guam legislature when Senator Regine Bisco-Lee proffered this RISE Act, and now I think it sounds like she's going to scratch that and create her own. I wouldn't be surprised if this one's called the All-In Act,
The governor is expected to sign another executive order regarding the RISE All Rise program and make applications available online starting September 1st. The initial RISE Act lapsed into law back in December 2020.
First, the Guam EPA issued a notice of violation to contractor Samsung E&C America. Now the Guam Contractors Licensing Board has followed with its own NOV as well. According to a press release, the CLB has launched its own investigation into the Samsung Mangilao solar project. The CLB called representatives from the contractor to appear before them last Friday. Executive Director Buddy Orsini says they're still waiting for previously requested documents from the contractor. Once they receive them, a citation and penalties will be prepared and reviewed by the CLB's legal counsel. The National Weather Service monitoring Tropical Depression 16W, which is more than 2,000 miles east of Guam. It is moving west-southwest at around 8 miles per hour. Maximum sustained winds are 35 miles per hour with higher gusts. The depression is expected to remain weak in the next few days. There are no watches or warnings in effect. NWS's Brandon Idolette will join us during our 8 o'clock newscast for the latest. And with your news in Chamorro, here's Kim Conception.
Buenos updates to get soon to be kunut sa morgin ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familian Mito, First Hawaiian Bank. Esta pago makonfirma los utumus na disemfot ti manatmi na Delta variant sa gagi gunigi islata. Zama suspepet sa namattu guni kasi put message na temputati. Gi news na konferensya gi Merkulis anunsya gobyerno na mentasti paro ati sa reglamento renektu sempre hao masesen na tani situasyon. Ilang opisyal di salud publiko na di dia 23 de Julio 322 na kausang positibo masoda 220 sa taw-taw taha gwinigi zagwahan sa 95 sa 20 gini taw-taw Department of Defense. Este na infection sa manatmi gi sa sedimento linal sa taw-taw tagi Fandango dinan na Manuno dyan mabisisi tayo karaoke na sa Lon Siha. Maski 600 na contact sa esta ma-identifika. Ilang Chief Public Officer si Chima Backwin nagwaha siya timan matungo ni tisina magatsa ni sistema ni nabiso sa potaza kooperasyon. Yufasat siya sa may epoktori tao na madurudzi ta lumas ifinagasing kanay dyan na sabi ni Mask. Dimas, Departamento Judiciary of Guam sa matatizir ni request ni magahaga na todo ramas gobernamento o managwaha reglamento na debili fan mabakuna todo empleo niya. Ia finahustisya ni Supreme Court of Guam si Philip Carbelito na matinas anunsyo na entry in na din administrasyon niya debito di man matsutsutso gi Judiciary of Guam na departamento o fan mabakuna no kabales antes dia 11 de Oktubre. Ia din sa asangan mas na masya hazin na empleo ni timalago mabakuna sa siyempre mates kada semana para COVID. Kumutiman manosgi, siyempre mafana disiplinaryo na aksyon. Adyan orden sa extended gwiloki para di man voluntaryo po fan matsotsogi ikoti. Mas talo, na siya ti klaro ko ramas legislatura o matatizi lokwi estinay net din ang gobyerno ay introduce Bill 176 si Senador Frank Blas Jr. No debi man na set binaamod binakuna uma-apreba ni Food and Drug Administration na ahensya ni Federal para pago ay di man na set binaamod sa pudi emergency na autoridad. Ikabalis na inapreba gini FDA sa mananang ganaw fatu entry semana siya na tempo. Gobyerno sa manay orden na tori lain na ahensya o fan mabakuna antes dia 24 de September pasuno mafana disiplinaryo na aksyon. Iotro ni sina matawag ni STCA sa masabmiti rusutun test COVID kada semana. Yoto mo na santo para paugo na webes ni KUAM News gifinot sa Moro. I-permit diyan na session ni legislatura para budget di 2022 na sakan sa 3 minuto sa Anaconia. Kitutuho ni Umiluli Committee on Finance si Senador Joe San Agustin at sigon mo na nuevo na substitute version giplanin ng gobernamento pod ginasta estay segundo na reading file para madiskuti. Logitiapman na tempo si Senadora Amanda Shelton sa mamatinas motion para recess estay business para managwa mas tempo para publiko marebisita ibil. Sa gamanali después talo pago na semana manananggan ng Senador siya ufan adisperta entry committee para ikabalis para may question niya itim administrasyon finance kay gobyerno. Zamantas 20 espia tayo mando po si plano niya gobyerno para gastay sa lapi American Rescue Plan. Iling niya direktor ng Departamento ng Administrasyon si Ed Byrne entry iling na programa ni KUAM no member ni team na sinihata sa NFP para Senador siya. Iling niya na na budget sa puditay mando mamanehe gobernamento. Dasangi niya i-ARP ko hinemlo pat sinafu, ilingguan sinafu sa kulan masa puraw, no taza guihi por operations, inuebo na substitute budget bill, sa naanog 617 milyon pesos na appropriations, kasi 7 milyon pesos mas kano'y salapi ni magagagaw ni administrasyon. Para Guam News Network, Guausikin Conception. Yasuto ifinut sa Moro sa presenta sa ninafatto ni Familiang Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
June makes the best malasadas in Hawaii. A fact not lost on Daryl, whose brother Byron is cooking the onaga he caught at his secret fishing spot with his girlfriend Malia, who used to work for the Shave Ice Guy, whose second cousin Vince drives the school bus ridden by Calais, whose auntie makes the best malasadas in Hawaii. Everything here is connected, and with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances, and it all starts with yes.
First Hawaiian Bank at 6:51 Thursday, August 12th. Good morning, Jason.
Good morning.
I just wanted to admonish our island's empanada makers this morning because
oh boy,
you guys have been on the pandemic mode. The empanada's been showing up late to the stores. I'm talking like 6, 6:30, 7 o'clock, 7:30, 8 o'clock sometimes.
This is a sticking point with you because you are an empanada aficionado.
And I'm totally cut out of the empanada game because I work early in the morning and I can't leave because none of these guys know how to run the board. But it's not even about me. It's about the children of Guam. It's the first day of school. And these kids needed empanada this morning. There's a store that one of our coworkers goes to, and there were just a bunch of kids. Because, you know, the bus comes like 6 hours earlier than school starts. That was a joke, almost. But there was a bunch of kids who were trying to buy empanada. Empanada makers, you could have made $500 this morning.
Do you mind if I ask a question?
No, Jay, please do.
Okay. You have 3 kids going back to school today, right?
Yep.
Three little ones. So we wish the very best to your 3 beautiful children. What did they have for breakfast? Most important meal of the day, getting them ready.
Well, I dropped donuts. They're with their Nana, and my boy Chase was eating Vienna sausage and rice and soy sauce. Breakfast of champions.
That's some protein. Right
How's
there.
that sound? Huh? Sir's like, yeah, that sounds good. 6:52. Yeah, so let's try and get some of these goodies out to the stores a little bit earlier, guys. I know it's been tough. We've been in a pandemic. The Delta variant's out there, but do it for the children of Guam. At 6:52, we're going to come back with more of the link. Jay, we'll talk a little bit more about this press conference and who's coming on the show. That's coming up next. I'll also tell you where you can get tested, vaccinated today. Right here, miss a link, miss a lot. And also in the 8 o'clock hour, Brandon Idolette of the National Weather Service. Jay, he's jumping on about this system they're monitoring.
Yeah, so the web application and mobile app that we like to use is windy.com.
Right,
I took a look at it because the thing that's actually really cool is it's got this this play button, and you can actually see animated forecast like a whole week into it. So there's something way, way to the east of us and everything, but it is forming there. The animations don't necessarily imply that it poses a threat. Bree was saying, no warnings or watches at this moment, but Brandon is going to shed light because that's just me going on the web. Brandon's got, a couple $1 million of enterprise level computing equipment around him and everything like that. So when it comes from him, it's the word. So we're going to find out what's going on with the web.
We will. Coming up here at 6:54, the link continues next. Good morning.
KUAM TV has been on the air for 65 years. 65 years of growing, changing, and adapting to the needs of our local community. 65 years of making you smile, laugh, and cheer, and being there for you in times of tears and heartbreak, and learning to heal together. We've kept you on the edge of your seats, been a trusted source for you to turn to, weathered many storms together, and celebrated life's big moments. And now at 65, we celebrate all the firsts we brought you over the years, and all the firsts that lie ahead as our world changes. KUAM TV, celebrating 65 years of firsts on Guam.
Guam was once home to over 12 native species of forest birds, each with their own unique sound, color, and role to play in our ecosystem. However, the arrival of the brown tree snake has threatened their existence. Today, only 3 of these species still exist in the wild. But what was once lost can be restored. Join the Department of Agriculture's efforts to restore our ecosystem. It is only through partnerships with various organizations and the community that we can give our native birds a future. Support snake suppression.
See what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KUAM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out.
KUAM Digital presents a series highlighting the wide array of talents on our island. Whether they're a standout gamer, extreme athlete, performer, or have a unique skill to show off, we're showcasing them every month on Wow Factor. Brought to you by Mountain Dew. Do the do. Get yourself all caught up with the week's games, scores, and highlights with the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup on KUAM News Weekend Edition. It's all inclusive, all the fun and all the action wrapped up in the perfect presentation. Relive the moments on the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup, brought to you by Gatorade. Greatness starts with G.
Uno Mixed.
We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mix is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi.
The Culture Club returns to KUAM Digital and KUAM News Weekend Edition, highlighting Guam's young artists, activists, and crafters as they work to protect, preserve, and promote our Chamorro culture. Watch this weekly feature on the digital platforms of KUAM News Weekend Edition, brought to you by Hanum.
KUAM News, in partnership with the Guam Visitors Bureau, brings you the Guam Safe and WTTC Safe Travel Certified Program Showcase. Look out for this powerful symbol for visitors, island residents, and industry workers alike, as it represents establishments with a consistent global commitment to safety practices. Stamped with approval by the Guam Visitors Bureau and the World Travel Tourism Council. Every Monday on KUAM News will feature a different local business who's taken the Safe Guam and Safe Travels pledge to maintain health and safety standards to get Guam back on track. Log on to visitguam.com to see how your business can receive the designation, what businesses in our community are Guam Safe certified, and have the WTTC Safe Travel certified.
KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage, with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on the link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapaco, with Kin Conception, seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale.
Let it be known we represent the island line. Yeah, let it be known we living out our dream. We keep our eyes on the prize and fulfill our destiny. Let it be known we rep Guam and the scene of mine. Let it be known we represent the island line. Yeah, let it be known we living out our dream. We keep our eyes on the prize and fulfill our destiny. Creeping around the corner, twirling my flag like a helicopter. I'm repping my language, my culture, so fuck them haters. I'm a Latin stone soldier. Damn, they should've told ya. Been in this game so long, my people call me Totomola. North side, get it, south side, get it, east side, get it, west side, get it. Sa poco de base, todo sinya pumara. Binamekto tu sa balilinggo, lingua finita. But no kita mo, sa representa ita no mu. Language sa better na miso, kalala ni helicopter. Sa mga hisi, ain't so to sa nilek na. Mga masedi todo sa ninyo, pasok kita no nita. Basta te prometo, na mego corazon mito. Sa eski kita no nita. Biba Chamorro. Let it be known we rep Guam and the scene of mine. Let it be known we represent the island line. Yeah, let it be known we living out our dream. We keep our eyes on the prize to fulfill our destiny. Let it be known we rep Guam and the scene of mine. Let it be known we represent the island line. Yeah, let it be known we living out our dream. We keep our eyes on the prize to fulfill our destiny.
Yes, Bloody Stone Soldiers, let it be known.
Now, as you head to school, everybody, boys and girls, you have to stay 6 feet apart. You have to wear your masks, but
Not
you
on
can
the bus.
still bop your head.
Yeah, you can still bob your head, guys.
Yeah.
Good morning. It's 7 o'clock. Yep, first day of school. Is it going to run smooth? Of course not. Guys, it's the first day of school. It's not unlike any other first day of school we ever had. There are going to be mess-ups. Accept it, okay? There's going to be bumps in the road, but I guess we're going to keep on going. Good morning.
And you know what? Have fun, but keep your game face on. Keep your mask on, but it's school. It's your home away from home. We were kind of like on complete polar opposites of that sentence.
Come on, boys and girls. It's your home away from home. Just go get your learn on.
Wait, let me change my tune. Please won't you be my neighbor?
Yeah. It's 7:02. Thank you.
Shout it out, Joe, sir? Okay.
Facebook Live for joining us of course, a lot of people just still processing this news about the Delta variant being on Guam. Rosemary LaGuardia, mask-wearing mandate wasn't followed at gatherings and some business establishments. Correct. Mary Rojas, don't let your guard down. Stay safe. Anita Attorney Blas McHale.
That's the one.
Now she's using her mask. What a joke. And that was kind of one of the things that I think bothered a lot of people was the governor, dropping this mask mandate, which has been in place pretty much since the start of the pandemic. But yet when she took her trip out to the land of the Delta variant, she was gallivanting all around with no mask, taking picture, dancing, right? I just felt it was kind of irresponsible to do that and then come back here and say, oh, you guys aren't wearing your masks. What's going on? Okay, you're going to get it.
Did you see Anita's other comment?
Yes.
And the cops are going to give citations for not wearing a mask.
Yeah, we were talking about this earlier. Remember last year when
Where did that go?
What happened with that? There's so many things like what happened with that? Like the COVID alert app. What happened with that?
I still run it.
You're the only one who still got the COVID alert. That's why it doesn't work. That's why we're surging. Because you guys deleted the COVID alert app. You know how much money they paid for that thing?
MIT does.
Jay, tell us a little bit about this interview you're going to do with LMS coming up.
No, so that was the one yesterday. So once again, LMS, our friends over there, that was yesterday's Greater Good, and they have a job fair. It's still scheduled to go on. This is on August the 14th. It's going to be at the Hilton in Tumon from 9 in the morning until 3 in the afternoon. They are hiring, as you saw during our interview yesterday with Brandy and Vince, a smorgasbord of opportunities. They've got heavy equipment operators, drivers.
Right.
They want back office staff. So if you are in need of a job, and many, many people are, and they said they are hiring on the spot.
Right, yep, because the PUA ends
in about a month.
When's the PUA end again?
Actually, less than a month, right?
September 4th. Yeah.
September, yeah.
That was my governor imitation. She's like, when the PUA end? Hey, you know the one for the poor people? When that end? Yeah, the poor people, because they're going to pay their loan. When it ends? September what? September 4th. Okay, got it. Yeah, it ends September 4th. Let's go to the phones, guys. We have a phone. You can call anytime, 637-0094. Sir, thanks for calling. So you have a situation to report on with the traffic out there?
Oh, yeah, man. Up in Jigo, the folks can stop traveling in the center lane thinking they can get to the front. We all know that that's against the law to travel in the center lane, and we have first day of school. You got to think about all the other parents that may have to use that center lane for the actual reason. So stop flying through the center lane, people.
Good call.
Where exactly in Jigo
this is
this,
in
sir?
Jigo, the Simon Sanchez High School turn. So there's construction there.
Yeah, and there's man. There's like right after the turn for Sanchez, like as you're heading towards like when you're in front of Payless, like all the way I believe until like in front of McDonald's, there's trenching over there.
Yeah, they're all flying it coming down from like the mobile, the one that had the subway. So yeah, let's stop that, man.
Yeah, be safe. It's very easy to cause an accident like that, right?
Yeah, that's a good word, sir.
Yeah. There's actually a law they're supposed to do. I believe they're supposed to do big projects only at night, but no one enforces it. I think that was. Let me do a little more research on that this week, sir. But it totally makes sense. That
the parties, man. The parties. They want to do it in the day.
Right. Yeah, but I mean, look at all the traffic it causes.
Exactly, man. Exactly. You guys have a good day, man.
Thank you. Are you taking your kids the first day of school?
Oh, no, they're all grown.
Oh, good. So how did you feel about that press conference yesterday with the Delta variant?
Yeah, I'll call you that on the site.
Oh, okay. Right on. Thank you, sir. That's that.
Have fun up in the 653.
Yep, there you go. Be safe, guys. Yeah, easy on the center lane traveling. I know it's frustrating. But that traffic it's crazy. I mean, it just goes down to one lane, right?
Yeah, because of course, if you know what the gentleman is talking about, when you head up to Sanchez, that one road coming off Marine Corps Drive, it's a left turn in depending on where you're coming from, and that one road feeds both Simon Sanchez High School and FB Leon Girl Middle School. The only alternate you have is if you go in on Woostig Road and you take Chalanescuela, which is a new road that the Jigo mayor was telling us about maybe 10 years ago. So it goes from Woostig Road all the way to the back of FB. That's the only other way you can get in there. But yeah, like that is kind of a choke point, and the only thing you can really do is just sit in traffic.
Yeah, guys, we just got I got something from Crystal Paco San Agustin, the Gov's communications director, on WhatsApp. There's a line, guys. You can call 311 option 8 for all GDOE back to school inquiries.
All right.
All right. Yeah, so pop that up in the comments. If you have a back to school inquiry, just call 311 option 8. They're bringing that one back. Right, sir? It's been a minute. Let's see who we got here. Oh, there's actually a comment about that. I tried calling 311 to inquire info regarding testing sites, and the person had no info and gave me another number to call. Is 311 still the number for COVID info? I'm going to try calling it, I guess, in a little bit. Adam comments, shout out to the fellow Guamanian on the phone. Way to stand up and speak out. Be safe, everyone. First day of school. Yes, it is the first day of school. Shout out to all the parents, too, and the guardians who ran around getting the uniforms. Right? That was nuts, man. And thank God for these uniform vouchers, because these uniforms, wow. It's pretty up there. Also, I want to shout out to the Department of Public Health and Social Services employees up at the mall who are doing the pandemic EBT. This is such a blessing. I'm so grateful that Governor Liu has pumped this pandemic EBT into our economy. That was a joke. Yeah, so basically it's this federal thing, and because Guam is like per capita, we're so poor, it's like a poverty zone. Every public school student gets free lunch. And I think because of that, it's confusing where it actually comes from, but it's part of the food stamp program, and it's a pandemic electronic benefits transfer card that they issue because there was no school last year. And so what they're doing is they're paying out each student $7.97 per day. And it covers a certain amount of days for a total of $1,200 per public school student. I believe there's also certain DODEA students who are eligible for this. But it's huge. This is a huge blessing, especially as our people, because you can't count on that rise. Who knows when that's going to come? So thank God for Uncle Sam swooping in with these PEBT cards. But yeah, it's huge, especially as the power bills go up, as people get off the PUA, right? These pandemic EBT cards are going to really help put some food on the table. All right. And so I actually lined up for some for my kids yesterday, and just talking with the people in the line, that's exactly what they were saying. And yes, Governor Adelup, they were complaining that they really need this because they haven't got the rise. So it is what it is, right? And that's process is ongoing up at the mall. Okay. So if you guys are going to do that, make sure there's a URL you can go check out for that. Also, shout out to GDOE employees who have been working very, very hard for this first day of school. Very hard. Trust me, parents have been coming to pick up laptops, to pick up MiFis, to register their kids. And even with all this news going on about the variant and Delta and the surge, the GDOE employees, the public works employees, the bus drivers, right? The private school teachers, the charter school staff, pretty much everybody in the school system has showed up and done what they got to do, right, to get this first day of school going. And it was funny because yesterday we were supposed to get Superintendent John Fernandez, but obviously there were so many preparations in play for this first day of school. But I felt for a lot of the parents who watched this press conference and were kind of, I feel like people were waiting for some kind of last minute, okay, never mind school, which didn't happen, right? Because we're still in PCOR 3. And that's what's going to happen now is I feel like the public is going to kind of self-police and dial back a little bit, because we had this huge press conference where they were like, oh, my God, the Delta variant's here, right? But we're not going to do anything about it. We're just going to tell you guys to go back to basics, to wash your hands, wear your mask, watch your distance. And so that's pretty much what we got to do, guys, to get a handle on these numbers. I mean, I was waiting last night for the results to come out because we're all praying that they'll drop. But it was, what, 44, Jay?
Yeah, 40.
Oh, I got it right here. You printed it for me.
48.
48.
Car score up to 9.0.
Right.
48 out of 1,060
Correct.
samples. So that's about 4.5%.
Yeah.
That's of concern.
Yeah. We were going back to this mask mandate thing, right? If they were enforcing this mask mandate, man, we could have made $2 million down in Tuma in the last couple of weeks with all these military here for training, waltzing around with no masks. Whatever happened to that? It's just another one of those things that kind of fell by the wayside, right? Just like the COVID Alert app. Anita Materney Blas McHale writes in, how do we get a voucher for uniforms? My grandchildren are not eligible because one goes to Temple, 3 going to Guan Academy. It's only the GDOE and Dodea students. Yep. Southern High, Arlene Cruz checking in. What's up, my Southern people? Viva the South, Chaggy South.
Go get them, Dolphins.
Southern High School, Toninos has a traffic jam here in Santa Rita. Yes. Thank you for that. Again, we'll try and call 311 in a little bit here. Tony Kimball, Buenas, Bree, Jason, Chris. Good morning, KUAM crew.
Okay, real quick on that. So this 311, we got the graphic in now here, and it says it is going to be. It's not like some hunt group, and you're going to hear a recorded message. Apparently, if you call 311 and choose option 8, it's going to connect you to a DOE official who is going to take like whatever questions you have and try and get you the answers as soon as possible. Okay, so Chris is actually doing a live demo. You get 7 or 8.
Oh, hold on. Let me do that again. Shout out to my 311 operators. 8. Oh, I think you guys got to work on that one because it said the selection's invalid.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. So I don't know if you guys are having problems calling 311 option 8, or maybe so many people are calling. I don't know. But that's what happened when we called. Okay, we're going to take a break. Chima Mbakwem, Chief Public Health Officer, is coming up here on the link next. Thursday, August 12th, the show continues. Good morning.
A new musical competition series from NBC focusing on original music is in the works, and they're looking for contestants. American Song Contest is modeled after the hit European phenomenon Eurovision, which has produced some of the most talented performers the world has ever known. The show's looking for individuals and bands from all types of music to find an act in every state and territory, including representatives from Guam and the CNMI. Go online to AmericanSongSubmissions.com to enter and submit your original song submissions now. Must be 16 years or older, and groups cannot exceed 6 people. Additional conditions apply. So apply today and get ready to rep our island on the national stage. American Song Contest debuts next spring on NBC.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
June makes the best malasadas in Hawaii, a fact not lost on Daryl, whose brother Byron is cooking the onaga he caught at his secret fishing spot with his girlfriend Malia, who used to work for the Shave Ice Guy, whose second cousin Vince drives the school bus ridden by Calais, whose auntie makes the best malasadas in Hawaii. Everything here is connected, and with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances, and it all starts with yes.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
GU Self Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's, offers fully covered loading and unloading area with individual pin-coded gate and door access. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KOAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KOAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KOAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentations, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, Bud Light Seltzer, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
Get yourself all caught up with the week's games, scores, and highlights with the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup on KUAM News Weekend Edition. It's all inclusive, all the fun and all the action wrapped up in the perfect presentation. Relive the moments on the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup, brought to you by Gatorade. Greatness starts with G. Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi.
The Culture Club returns to KOAM Digital and KOAM News Weekend Edition, highlighting Guam's young artists, activists, and crafters as they work to protect, preserve, and promote our Chamorro culture. Watch this weekly feature on the digital platforms of KOAM News Weekend Edition, brought to you by Hanum.
KUAM News, in partnership with the Guam Visitors Bureau, brings you the Guam Safe and WTTC Safe Travel Certified Program Showcase. Look out for this powerful symbol for visitors, island residents, and industry workers alike, as it represents establishments with a consistent global commitment to safety practices. Stamped with approval by the Guam Visitors Bureau and the World Travel Tourism Council. Every Monday on KUAM News will feature a different local business who's taken the Safe Guam and Safe Travels pledge to maintain health and safety standards to get Guam back on track. Log on to visitguam.com to see how your business can receive the designation, what businesses in our community are Guam Safe certified, and have the WTTC Safe Travel certified.
Good morning, Guam. Hey, it's Alan. It's Biloxi the Maxi. That means it's slippery as all get out. Got banana peels out there. Please drive safe. It's the first day of school. There was a number put out here by the Office of the Governor. We'll get to that in a sec. And we'll also tell you where you can go get the shot today. Some of these comments, though. Jose, the governor's the one who brought the Delta variant back from gallivanting in D.C. Come on now. That's just ridiculous. A lot of people in the comments are just saying, pay the money. Pay out the RISE Act. recurring theme here on the show. Good morning, guys. So anyway, they put out this number, Jay.
Yeah, so we did get the number. So 311 has been the hotline for COVID-19 related inquiries, and our friends at Adeloop were saying this morning, if you call 311 and then choose option 8, you will be routed to a GDOE official who you can talk to. It says here, for all GDOE back-to-school matters, we know a lot of you have been asking about, what are some options? Can I do a hybrid learning format and everything like that? So call 311 and hit option number 8.
Which is what we just did. We had the video. Okay, so we just go ahead and...
Call today. Thank you for calling the Guam COVID-19 hotline. For medical... The selection is invalid. Please re-enter. Call today. Thank you for calling the... Call today. Thank you for calling the Guam COVID-19 hotline. For medical... The selection is invalid. Please re-enter.
One of those hacks. We've all done it. If you call 311, try one of the other options and everything like that.
How about this, though? How about you come out with this idea at the beginning of the week instead of on the first day of school and announce to everybody who's already on the way? I don't know. Who is planning this stuff, guys? Really? Who is? Everything is just so last minute. Anyway, I'm just, you know me, always complaining. But I'm saying, really, this would have been a great idea Monday, right? When people probably had time to call 311 and anyway, so I hope they figure that out. It's 7:23. Let's go into the KUAM News Zoom room where Chima Mbakwam is standing by. Happy first day of school, Chima.
Thank you, Chris.
Right on. Good morning and thanks for joining us. He is the Chief Public Health Officer, fresh off that press conference yesterday. Let's just kind of go over that, Chima. So we've sent a bunch of samples to the CDC, and the latest batch that we sent out came back, and there were, I believe, 5 Delta variant cases with no known travel history.
Yes, one had a travel history. Just one.
Just one. So 4 with no travel history.
And to put it correctly, these samples were collected from June to July. But they were sent out on July. They were sent out in, I think, July. To be exact, I just want to make sure that I give out the correct dates.
Yes.
Because they were sent out on July 26 to CDC for genome sequencing. So the batch that was sent out was from June to July, and then. We received the results yesterday, which was the 11th. Out of the 21 samples that were shipped, 18 of them had variants of concern. 13 of them were the Alpha variant, and then 5 were Delta. And out of that 5 Delta, 4 were no travel history, and 1 had a travel history.
Right. So, Chima, I guess the first question is, based on those results and given the time that those samples were taken and sent off and when you got them back, is it you guys' assumption that this surge that we're seeing the last couple of weeks is related to the spread of the Delta variant?
We can't say exactly, because we also have the other variant of concern, which is the UK variant, which is also a quick spreader too. But having those two at the same time actually points to the fact that the current situation can be attributed to the fact that we have the Delta variant, which is almost 6 times more infectious than the other variants, and then also having the same ongoing transmission of the other variant.
There was also a great deal of information you had spoke about the contact tracing relative to some of these surge cases, right? So let me get this right. There were 3 events that were involved with this spread and this surge that we're seeing now?
Yes, so the first one was the cases from the 23rd of July, where we had 5 cases. These were individuals that visited a bar, and we were able to identify 5 people from that setting. And then the other one was a wedding reception. This is the big one.
Yeah.
This is where you had almost approximately 300 people who were in that place, and a total of 18 of them actually turned positive. But the interesting thing is that this is a super spreader event, and that's what the public health and the governor has been talking about. You know, we're looking at large gatherings and what can happen in large gatherings. So you're seeing people from different families, you're seeing people from different walks of life congregating in the same place, and this is a huge super spreader event.
Right.
Even if the hotel has policies in place, what we really worry about is what happens before and after, and still at the same time in the event. So out of those 18, 7 of them came from 7 different households. So that is showing you how it's clearly expanding. And 7 of them were fully vaccinated, 6 were unvaccinated, and 5 of them were ineligible. But out of this 18, 15 of them actually went to another function where we discovered that 18 people from that function, 21 people at that function turned positive. So if you take out the 15 from the first, from the wedding reception, then you're going to see that we had 6 people that were positive from the party after the wedding, and 6 of these individuals were unvaccinated. So you're seeing how it is growing gradually, and this is one event that people will go back home, to their families, where we know that a lot of people are not using masks, and then these family members get exposed, and then they go out to their jobs, which will now become a secondary infection for people at their jobs. So, and then when they expose people at their jobs, these individuals will go home and expose their families. So this is just a series of events, contributing to the spread in the community. So this is just narrowing it down to 3 super spreader events that has actually contributed to what is going on now.
Chimo, is it a karaoke bar?
Yes.
Okay. Is it the men's karaoke bar? Is that the one?
Yeah, that's what I have in front of me. Yes.
Okay. And so I understand that during the course of the contact tracing, they were not cooperating with the public health investigators?
Yes, multiple attempts were made to obtain contact tracing list, but we couldn't reach them. It was difficult getting that list. And that was part of what the governor said yesterday. It is mandated that every restaurant should have a sign-in list. And what that does is that it helps public health to identify those who were there at that point, and were able to reach out to them. Most times, these individuals do not know who is next to them, but that list will actually help us reach out to these individuals to tell them that they've been potentially exposed to COVID, and we ask them to come in to get tested.
How frustrating is that when you get these, what was the reason that they just didn't want to help with the investigation, whether they thought COVID was a lie?
You see, it's funny because human beings are most times is about denial, is about maybe people didn't say where they were going to, and they don't want people to, those things actually add up.
Yep, somebody was meeting their TACMAC at the karaoke bar, and that's why they didn't sign the contact tracing sheet, because if the other half found out they were there with the TACMAC, and then that's going to cause drama, and then the owner's going to get in trouble, because then everyone's going to know that you can't bring your TACMAC to that karaoke bar. That's what you're saying.
I didn't say that. I just said it's difficult to obtain information because people might be in the wrong place at the wrong time, or might forget they were in that place. It's a mixture of people not being open with information. So whatever their personal reasons are for not giving out those informations, we don't have privy to that. But the fact is that we find it very uncomfortable. I've been reaching out to my team, and they've been really frustrated, and it's just funny. And for this, actually, 3 individuals actually contacted 311 to disclose that their family members were a possible link to someone in that bar. So this was some anonymous people that actually reached out to us to say, hey, we think we know people that have been in this place. So these are the kind of things where we really appreciate, when people give us information to support what we're doing in the community, when people are not coming forward with information.
Okay. Well, I'm glad they're able to get through to 311. Guys, I just got a text from Crystal Pago San Augustine. Due to the current programming of the 311 hotline, option 8 will not go live until 8 a.m. Again, I just go back to the planning. School starts at 8:30, guys. But, at least it'll be up and running if you have any questions after the first day of school, which I'm pretty sure you might. Okay, but a day. Come on, guys. You need a calendar over there. They need a calendar. Like, hey, first day of school's coming. Anyway, back to you, Chima. So you're basically saying, people were there with their checkman. They don't want to disclose. And so that's why the family members are calling to snitch on these people. That's good. Way to go for their family. That's good. Way to do your part in the community. Seriously, Chima, so what's your gut feeling, though, man? Because we've had double-digit and high double-digit cases for 2 weeks now. And I don't know, I'm not the expert here, but when I look at it, it kind of seems like it's probably the Delta, or you're saying it could also be the UK.
Yeah, so like I said, knowing that the Delta is here actually supports the fact that is a super spreader. We've started seeing a huge number of transmission going on in the community. So that means it is out there in the community. But the confirmation will still have to come from the genome sequencing. So I wouldn't want to make the assumption, that is not out there. It's out there, but there are other variants that are out there too. But the key is people getting vaccinated, people wearing their mask, and reducing transmission in the community. If you're looking at the double digits that we're seeing now, it's actually a multiplier effect from these super spreader events that are going on, and people going back to their families to infect them. But what we've been able to do is that within these 2 weeks, we've actually increased active case finding. We have testing clinics going on in the community so that people would go out to at least know their status. And the good thing is, when you go out there and test and you're negative, it is a point-in-time test. What it tells you is that at that point, you don't have COVID. And then if you're vaccinated and you're wearing your mask and you're watching your distance and washing your hands and following all those public health and social interventions that we recommend, that means you're protecting yourself. You're personally responsible for your own safety. So that way, if every individual adheres to this and continue to do this, then we're going to go back to 0 or less than 1 digit, which is understandable because we're still in the pandemic. But the increase in numbers can actually be attributed to the Delta variant that we just discovered. There's been a lot of speculations. We're looking at our cases recently. As it was increasing, we were hoping, working very hard to drive down the trend. But at the same time, all of us had that gut feeling that it could be Delta. Yeah. And I think on Tuesday night, or was it Wednesday night, it was off and on conversation between myself and the director of public health, and he kept saying, we need to gear up, we need to continuously move on. I think, with what I'm seeing, it doesn't seem good, but I know your team is out there, they're working hard. He continued to encourage us. And lo and behold, we walk into the office yesterday, and the first email we get is the Delta variant. And I just walked into his office and I said, you said it last night, and it's here. But the fact that we started on time, to do active case finding and ensure that we isolate those who have been exposed, and at the same time encouraging the community to come out, because we really don't know what is going on in the community now, and the only thing that can tell us is the active case finding that we are currently doing now, and it is showing that there's something going on. From 15, 10, 12 cases to 40 cases, 50 cases shows clearly that there's something going on.
Yeah, for sure. Bree?
I just wanted to follow up on the wedding you mentioned. That was on the 23rd at the Doucet.
Yeah, when were the restrictions lifted?
I think the 28th, right?
Yeah.
But the wedding was on the 23rd. Is that what you said, Chima?
What I have here is the 24th.
Okay. And the samples for the Delta variant were from June to July 25th? 26. Were any of the samples, virus samples from that wedding that returned positive for the Delta variant?
Yes, it's too early to make that call, because what we're doing now is going back to look at the particular samples that were detected. Those particular samples. Then we're going to now look back at who the individual was. Who their contacts were. So it takes some time, but it is doable. But it takes some level of work to get that.
But it could be possible that one of the samples that were sent could have been from that wedding.
Right.
And
Chima, though,
and Bree, that's the concern. These super spreader events. It takes one person, with Delta variant, not wearing the mask, and every individual around them not following the public health recommendations, and boom, the community is going to be lethal.
Yeah, Chima, so the COVID 1.0 infects what, 2 to 3 people, and then the Delta, is it 4 to 6? Is that the data?
Almost 5 to 6, yes.
I wanted to ask though, so this wedding at the Doucetani on July what?
24th.
What I have here is the report was on July 24th.
Right, and so we didn't achieve herd immunity until July 29, I believe. And so what type of restrictions were in place at that point that would have affected this wedding that had 300 people?
Chris, when you're looking at 75% capacity of an area, it is about size.
Right.
So you can have 400 people in
I got you. So it wasn't 100.
So
At that time, we weren't limited to 100 people.
Yeah, but we were up to 75%. So you're going to look at the capacity of the venue.
So when you looked at it, it was all up on the up and up?
Right. This is in retrospect, because the thing is that we're able to identify, where it started, and we're able to get all those positive cases from that wedding. And I think the cases were confirmed between the 31st and August 11th, all the 18 cases.
So, Chima, the last few nights, I've been having anxiety waiting for these JIC results to come out and praying that it's going to be 7 positives. But, my prayers aren't being answered right now, and I did it again last night, and then we had 48. So what are you tracking for today's results? Are we anywhere near the end of this surge?
Remember the last time I was here with you, I said it's going to be next week. Next week is going to be the icebreaker for us, because what we're seeing now is that we have increased case finding in the community. So people are actually coming out to get tested. People are getting isolated. People are getting quarantined. And then we are encouraging people to continue following public health recommendations. So if all these are in place and people start adhering to it, with the base wearing their mask, with us doing more active case finding in the community, with us putting out more messaging, asking people to get vaccinated, we are going to see a downward trend, in the next few days. days. That is my anticipation, my hope, and I'm optimistic that people are going to listen more this time, because the fact that we have the Delta variant here should be a lesson to everyone, to know that if you were able to infect one family member, you're going to infect all your family members right now, because the home is where we are at our lowest, where we are less on guard. So, but the recommendation is wear mask, indoors now. So outdoor, indoor, vaccinated, unvaccinated, you should, continue the correct and consistent use of the face covering.
Right.
And
that's what we're going with now, is right, is we want to kind of reiterate, go back to basics, or else there's going to be restrictions.
Yeah, that'll be a tough one. But if it's the option on the table, we wouldn't want people getting infected and people getting sick. But I think that is not the first option on the table. The first option on the table is go get vaccinated, wear your mask, wash your hands, follow the public health recommendations. We really don't anticipate, and we hope that it won't get to the point where we're going to shut down the island again.
I wanted to follow up on some of the questions that Nestor was asking yesterday regarding the COVID Alert app. Can you let's just start from the beginning, because it's been a while since we've actually talked about this. How does this work? Or how is it supposed to work?
I clearly missed Nestor's question. I clearly missed it, and I hope he understands. There was a lot going on yesterday, and I was just trying to, while at the press conference, I was still trying to figure out how to put out this fire. So the COVID alert is actually designed to alert people who have been close to someone who has tested positive for COVID. But for that to happen, that individual would need to, first of all, download the COVID alert. So you need to have it. Then the other individual around you would also have the app, right? So how it works is, I get tested, I get notified. I say where I was and what day and what time. Then the system actually alerts everyone who is around me at that time that they are potentially exposed to someone who has COVID. So what it does is that when it alerts you, then you can go get tested. So it actually helps before we get to you. The system, the app actually gets to you. But what we're seeing is that a lot of people are not doing that. So we still use the traditional public health case investigation methods to reach out.
So is it just the downloads are low, or people that had downloaded it just undownloaded it? I mean, how many people are actually on this COVID Alert app?
I don't have that number in front of me, but a huge number of people have actually downloaded the COVID Alert. But it actually lies on the person who is positive. Is that individual who has to start the process. If that individual does not start the process, the other individuals who were exposed to will not be alerted.
Because it just didn't seem like it kind of helped in this situation.
I'm sorry, guys. I just want to
Because
apologize.
I thought that it's supposed to help with digital contact tracing.
Because I deleted that.
You guys still encouraging people to download this thing?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, we do. Yeah, it's important. And with what is going on now, it clearly shows that it can help. When you're at a super spreader event, like anyone who has been at any of these places that have been mentioned, if you had the COVID alert and the individual who tested positive actually, complies, you're going to know it. But what we're doing, so I think that's what is unique about our island. When someone tests positive, it's easy for you to, identify who these individuals are, because people are honest enough to say I'm positive in some instances, right? Family members will go get tested, they'll tell their friends to go get tested. And that is what we're seeing with the increased number tested. And I think it's important that at this time, everyone should at least know their present status. Know your COVID status today. That will help you moving forward. That will help you know that you're safe. That will make you know that your family is safe. Then when you continue your consistent and correct use of your mask and you're vaccinated, then your chances of getting infected is almost minimal. And then you infecting someone is also minimal. So I think it's a two-way thing that, you protect yourself and protect the community. That is the expectation.
I want to also talk about the vaccinations, because when I was looking at the numbers, especially for the vaccinations, because we're really trying to push people to go get fully vaccinated. But when you look at the first dose and you compare it, to the second dose, there's like thousands of people that haven't gone back to get that second dose. So what kind of words do you have for these individuals? And why wouldn't they go back to go get the
Maybe they
second
got
dose?
sick on the first dose.
Partial immunization does not translate to full immunization. That is just a simple way to do it. Your level of protection with the first dose will not be as high as your protection from the second dose. Even when you get the second dose, it has at least 2 weeks to kick in. So you have to complete this process. For J&J, is 1 dose, 2 weeks, you're fully immunized. The fact that you get 1 dose, yes, you have some level of protection, but it is not the recommended level of protection that we want. We want you to be fully vaccinated so that you'll be fully protected. And remember, the vaccines have been holding up against the Delta variant. And it's obvious, because if you look at our hospitalization rate, compare it to what was happening last year and when we didn't have the vaccine and what is going on now, there's a clear indication that the vaccine is actually working. So we're seeing very high transmission and very low hospitalization. But what we want is no hospitalization, low transmission. That is what where we're heading now. But we can only get there when more people are immunized, more people are testing to know their status, and then they are following the public health and social recommendations that are out there. We'll continue to be in a safe place. And there's no cure for COVID. So for a disease that has no cure, it's important for people to know that we need to continue protecting ourselves. So we should be on our guard, because the more transmission, the more chances of mutation for the virus. So today we're talking about the Delta variant. I'm also worried about someone who's going to be infected by 2 of these deadly variants. If you get the UK variant and you have the Delta variant, whatever is going to come out of it is what we're trying to avoid. So, because the more transmission, the more chances of mutation. The less transmission, the lower chances of mutation. So this is also a balance that we need to strike in the community.
Chima in Hawaii yesterday, they started reimposing restrictions, 50% occupancy, restaurants, bars, churches, indoor gatherings limited to 10, outdoor gatherings limited to 25. Right now, so our messaging is to go back to the basics and do the 4 W's, right? Do you think that's going to be strong enough to put the lid on this surge?
I'm very hopeful, So we're looking at first of all, we're looking at the pharmaceutical intervention, which is the vaccine, which actually is a layer of protection. Then we're looking at all those non-pharmaceuticals that we have in place. So what we're going to see next week is our test rates now will determine by next week what is going on in the community. That will determine what decisions or what recommendations public health will present to the government. That will determine what restrictions might be imposed or lifted, but next week, or next 2 weeks would actually show a lot. Because, okay, let's assume today we had 48 cases yesterday. This morning, people get immunized, people start following public health restrictions. What will happen is that these mitigation measures will stop transmission in the community. If people continue following the public health recommendations from today, but the ones who were infected yesterday, they would have been exposed to their close contact, their workmates. If we identify them and put them in quarantine for the next 10 days, these individuals who are exposed are in isolation for the next 10 days. So that means in the next 10 days, we've seen everyone that has been exposed from yesterday going backwards completely out of isolation or quarantine. And then we're going to move forward without seeing any community transmission. That means we're good. But if we continue seeing new cases on the rise every day, what is showing is that more people are not following public health intervention. What it shows is that there is transmission going on in the community. What do you expect us to do? We will have to make recommendations on how to cut off that transmission. So that what will bring in restrictions that are higher than what we're using now. But what we're trying to do is within this period, make sure we continue active case finding, make sure we encourage people to go get vaccinated. The clinics are out there. The mandates are there for people to go get vaccinated by businesses and employers. So when we see more number of people getting vaccinated, more active case finding and low numbers, then that's clear. We're in the clear. We're good. But if we do this and the numbers continuously go up, then we will be forced to make recommendations.
Chima, we had Dr. Wynn on the other day, and we asked him about when do restrictions kick back in, and he said that the trigger was 10 hospitalizations. Is that the case? I mean, because at what point do we get even more serious?
Okay, so if you're looking at if we're using that as at last year, so what you're going to look at is how many people were hospitalized. Why were they hospitalized? Right now, you're going to look at how many people are in the ICU, how many people are on ventilator. So if you look at this, you're going to find out that the people in the clinics right now do not have severe life-threatening conditions. So we've not gotten to the stage where we were last year, where we had multiple people on vents, multiple people in ICU. But what the doctors are saying is people delayed treatment, because of COVID. So you're having people with more severe or acute illnesses that they also need to treat. They're also putting that into consideration. So it's just not COVID. It's also about other illnesses, other conditions that they are facing. So that's why the doctors on their own are saying, please be careful, follow public health recommendation. Yes, we're doing good now. We don't have that level of ICU beds that are taken up. We don't have high number of people in vents, but they're saying we don't want anybody with COVID in the hospital. They don't want that. So that's why they're saying if you adhere to public health recommendation, you won't be in the hospital. So that's what it is. So that number last year was more severe, but this year is not as severe as it was.
I wanted to follow up on one of the questions here. Here it is. This is from one of our online viewers. Knowing the spread is not under control yet, why wait for 10 hospital COVID admissions to put restrictions back in place? I mean, what?
Yeah, it's a fair question.
And again, what is the trigger where we put restrictions back in place, other than wear your mask or you're going to get ticketed and whatever it is, fined, and back to basics.
We need to bring back Kiko the Carabao.
Like I explained, what it was last year is not what it is today. We have some level of respite. We have the vaccine. We have lower hospitalization, severe hospitalization. So we can't just institute restrictions without taking this into consideration. But that is also being monitored, because I think last we went from three hospitalization to 8, but people are being discharged. But they are still monitoring what the hospitalization rates are. But that would also determine. That would also be in conjunction with what public health recommendations are. So it's just not one side taking a decision. There are so many factors that we're going to put into consideration before we increase restrictions. And like the governor said, if it gets to that, she will do it. So it's clear. So it's not. If it happens, it shouldn't come as a surprise. But the fact that we are not doing it is that there is a lot of confidence in what we're doing right now. And we believe that the community would adhere to, those recommendations from public health. And then, like I said, next week would show us a clearer picture of what is going
on. At what point do we look at the quarantine and the incoming travel procedures, Chima? Because we got so many people traveling. They go to the States, they party with no mask, and then they come back with that negative test, right?
Yes.
But we know just from all these conversations we've had with you and your colleagues that a negative test doesn't necessarily mean that you're not going to have COVID the next day or whatever.
Yeah. So the travel test is to do one thing. Is to make sure that you don't get on the aircraft or embark on that trip with an active disease. So what it does is that it actually weeds completely out everyone who has an active disease. But when you arrive to your destination, there are public health recommendations that you need to follow to continue being safe and continue keeping the community safe. So you get on the plane with a negative test result or you're fully vaccinated, you land on Guam, you continue to wear your mask, you continue to watch your distance, then we're safe. But the challenge is, if you get on the plane, come to Guam, and then you don't wear your mask, then that is where the problem will come from, if for any reason you get infected. So it is a balance of making sure that people who are coming here, at the point of embarking on that trip, they don't have an active disease. And then if they land here, we have public health recommendations in place to continue keeping us safe. And like I've always said, is a layered approach. So one cannot act independent of the other. So you need to follow everything that is listed in that layered approach for us to be continuously safe. So you can't take one against the other. If you have a negative test, you arrive on Guam, you continue to wear your mask, wash your hands, keep your distance, and then when you arrive on Guam, we encourage you to get vaccinated. We're allowing people to come here to get vaccinated. It's out there. And then people should also encourage their visitors, to get vaccinated. Family members traveling off island, coming to visit should all get vaccinated. And one thing is that for those of us who are locals, who are traveling to these places that have high cases of transmission, should please be aware that even if they don't have any mask mandate in those places, you wearing a mask would keep you safe. You wearing a mask will keep us safe. Because if you wear a mask out there and protect yourself, you're coming back to the island without COVID. But if you go out there and do what they are doing out there and get exposed and then get on the plane and come back, being immunized does not mean that you can't get infected. So we're seeing a lot of people who travel this period, going out there, behaving like the people out there, and then coming back here and, being infected and not even knowing it, But I've seen a couple of people, I've spoken to a couple of my friends who went out there, who got exposed, and good enough, they got tested, and they know their status. And I think that is key too, because when you come back from these trips, knowing that you've been to high transmission areas, it's also always good to know your status, as you integrate into the community. It's going to save your family first, because you're going to go out to these high transmission areas, come home to your elderly family members or people with underlying conditions, and expose them to COVID. Because if you're fully vaccinated, you might be infected, you might not have symptoms, but the fact that you can transmit the virus is also there. So it's just to understand these dynamics. There's still danger out there, but following public health recommendations would actually limit, your chances of transmitting the virus or getting infected. So that's the balance. That's how I'm trying to message it out.
Thank you, Chima.
All right, thanks, Chima.
Okay, appreciate it. Chief Public Officer for the Territory of Guam, that is Chima Mbakwan, with some very stern words for those traveling abroad. It is 8:02 KUAM TV. Here we come. Good morning, Guam. Right on. Morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
Good morning, Jason Solis.
Good morning.
All right, 311 option 8 is live right now.
Yeah, if you guys have any questions about back to school concerns and anything like that, you got to call 311, choose option 8, and then it will route you to a real person, a GUE representative.
Yes.
So ask away.
Okay, guys. Good morning. The link is brought to you by Pacific Points, Calvo Enterprises, ITNE, and Jack in the Box. On this first day of school, traffic everywhere. I did get a couple videos from the FAM, especially up north in Jigo, where it goes down to one lane. And that is right around where Simon Sanchez, FB Leon Guerrero, and then parents, guardians dropping kids up at DL Perez.
Yeah, the trenching up there, I mean, Bree knows this. She lives, around that area. But it's basically they're trenching in the median, and on the southbound lane and everything like that, it cuts those normally 2 lanes down to 1. I mean, it's very slow going through that
It
place.
takes, oh goodness, maybe like 30 minutes just to get through. And yesterday was bad because I took my son to basketball practice, and then in Teason, and then on the way back, I ran into traffic over here on the underpass, the overpass.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh my goodness, this is taking forever. So that was like 30 minutes. Then I stopped by work to get his books and stuff. Went back home, ran into the traffic in Chico. So it was like, took me an hour and a half to get home.
So
which would normally be like a 20-minute
Right,
drive.
exactly. But it's crazy because we've had basically a year of, there was a lot of times in the last year there was absolutely zero traffic. So this is one thing I did not miss about the new normal is traffic.
There wasn't a whole lot of traffic when I went to drop off my son to school.
Yeah.
It was actually not that bad.
Now, of course, you're not dropping Brock to either FB Leon Guerrero or Simon Sanchez.
Yeah.
But if you did, we were talking about this earlier when you went to go drop him today.
Oh, that would be bad.
Do you know the secret or like the shortcut? Well, you coming from around near Marianas Terrace, it's a little more tricky. But if you were headed south and you had to go into the Sanchez
South
Road,
is easy, right?
Yeah, you would have to go way more north on up in Jigo, take one of those side roads, go all the way around to come through Woostic Road, and then go through Chalanescuela.
Take back road.
What is it, Batagua?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's either Batagua or Chalanescuela. But basically, you'd have to take essentially an 8-mile shortcut, air quotes, to get around there. But yeah, it's really, really slow going through there and everything. So please, everybody, be safe, be patient.
Just put it in perspective, guys. We survived a pandemic. We're currently surviving in this pandemic. Traffic, that's nothing. We do have some Facebook comments here. Justine, girl, you can give me 50 gray hairs reading this comment. I'm wondering about the Gamma variant that I saw on the news last night. Why wasn't that discussed on the press conference? Let's say, Justine, we're only on the letter D.
Well, Bree was mentioning there was the Epsilon one was mentioned like last week. So for those of you playing at home, if you have the Latin alphabet in front of you, Get that
Right.
Get that poster.
So yeah, they haven't said anything about the Gamma variant.
Yeah.
Jose Tebahago.
Although Dr. Hohenwem, when he was on yesterday, did mention, and it doesn't believe it's here yet, but there is that Delta Plus variant, which he
Right.
said
Yes.
binds apparently to lung tissue in a more concerned way.
Yeah, Jose Tebahago. I'm assuming of the Melissa Tebahagos here. If I get fined, tell the governor to take it out of my RISE Act. Rosemary Laguatnia comments, we did not have the Delta variant last year in August. This variant is a fast spreader, so common sense would be to put some restrictions back in place and get it under control. Emma Tan, it would be good to provide some info to give people confidence that the vaccine is working and that it's worth taking the shot. Well, Miss Emma, if you listen to the people who come on the show, they all say that if this was last year and we had this many positives, our hospitalizations would probably be through the roof. And so what they're saying is that because we have a large percentage of people vaccinated, we're able to withstand this high number of positives because we've got our little vaccine shields. You just got to pray you're not a breakthrough case. So we've got these vaccines shielding a lot of people, and that's why with this number of positives, remember we've had 29, 30, 50, 40s positives. It's been 2 weeks of this high number. And so that's what they say, Emma, is that when you get the vaccine, it's supposed to prevent you from severe illness. I know it's confusing because they tell you if you get the vaccine, you still got to do this. You got to jump through that hoop. You got to sanitize your fat. You got to do all this stuff. But the point is, from what they say, you're not going to end up on a ventilator, you know, God forbid, unless you're one of these breakthrough cases. So that's the argument there, Emma. Kevin Regis, pray for the children under 12 who have no shield against this virus. Amen, for real. That's the real concern here. Good morning, guys. It's 8:08. Let's go ahead and get into the news now. We also have a look at weather with Brandon Eilert from the National Weather Service. There is a system that they're monitoring out there, and we're going to also get Superintendent John Fernandez, who's out and about on this first day of school for GDOE. Brought to you by Pacific Points, Calvo Enterprises, IT&E, and Jack in the Box. This is The Link. My name is Chris Barnett. That's Jason Solis over there. Joe, sir.
Barnett. Did people used to pronounce your last name like that when you were a kid? Barnett?
No, it's always been Barnett.
All
right.
Well, I've been called Salas. I get that one a lot.
Me too.
Right
You
on.
got that when you were, yeah.
Right.
We both did.
8:09 again. This look at the news brought to you by Pacific Points with the very latest from the KUAM News team. Sabrina Salas-Mazzanati. Good morning, Sabrina.
Today, the CAR score and the number of new positive cases continues to surge. The JIC reports 48 new positive cases of COVID out of 1,060 tests performed on Tuesday. 21 of those cases were identified through contact tracing. To date, there have been a total of 8,817 officially reported cases of COVID-19 with 143 deaths. 268 cases are active, inclusive of 8 hospitalized cases with 1 receiving ICU level of care. 8,406 people have recovered. The CAR score is now 9.0. The JIC also confirms that 5 COVID samples went to the CDC that were sent to the CDC for genome sequencing were identified as a highly contagious Delta variant. It is believed that the Delta variant was introduced to Guam as far back as 1 month ago. Additionally, as GDOE prepares for today's first day of school and the return of face-to-face instruction, there are 3 more confirmed COVID cases. 1, an employee from Finnegodson Elementary, Machinana Elementary, and Jose Rios Middle School. The campuses were disinfected and are open today. Meanwhile, in a news conference yesterday, the governor announced that while she will not increase restrictions at this time, authorities will be closely monitoring the situation. Here's Nestor Lecanto with more.
I am very concerned that we are headed in the same direction we were last August. Should our situation escalate, specifically with COVID-19 hospital admissions and the number of people requiring ICU level care, I will reinstate restrictions.
Public health officials say since about July 23rd, there have been 322 positive cases, 227 local, and 95 linked to DOD. The infections occurred at various events, from a large wedding to barbecues to a karaoke bar. More than 600 contacts have been identified, but Chief Public Health Officer Chima Mbakwan says there are still unknowns out there that the alert system is unable to track because of a lack of cooperation.
We've actually met some stiff opposition from individuals who we reached out to get phone numbers and contacts of individuals. We've had difficulties in contacting individuals who are part of these clusters due to lack of information.
Despite the recent surge in cases, the governor still expects public schools to open tomorrow.
And should the need required to shut down the schools again to protect our people, of course, that is going to be that will be established and implemented. But I am very confident that if we do our part, that we will not get to that stage.
Officials urge a return to the basics of washing hands and wearing masks.
In line with this, I have asked Public Health and GPD to continue enforcing the mask mandate and to issue citations to those who fail to comply. I also strongly encourage businesses and those hosting events to require vaccinations. This sends a strong message to patrons and attendees that we want to stay safe.
If infections continue to rise,
we probably would decrease the numbers in social gathering, Nestor. And then if we continue on, we would probably look at occupancies in restaurants and bars.
the bottom line in the wake of the new jump in cases, says the CDC's Dr. Thane Hancock.
The Delta variant just really reemphasizes how important getting vaccinated is. Emphasizes how important getting vaccinated is.
COVID testing continues today at the Old Teason Carnival grounds from 9 a.m. to 12 noon. Bring a photo ID. It's 4 people per car. Additionally, a COVID vaccination clinic is being held today at the Micronesia Mall from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. A COVID vac clinic outreach geared toward GDOE employees and students also scheduled for 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. on Saturday at Teason High School. Also Saturday and for the next 5 Saturdays until September 18th, a drive-through COVID vac clinic will be held at the parking lot across from the School of Business and Public Administration at the University of Guam from 9 a.m. to 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The Delta variant surge has taken hold just as millions of kids are headed back to class. This has reignited the political debate about vaccine and mask mandates. Skylar Henry reports from the nation's capital.
Protesters demonstrated outside.
How can my kids learn when I can't with the mask on?
As the Broward County, Florida School Board voted to institute a mask mandate in schools.
My children have displayed more maturity and compassion, as well as a better understanding of our immune system than our governor.
The move was in spite of Florida Governor Ron DeSantis' order barring mask mandates, and he's threatened to withhold the pay of school administrators violating the order.
Ultimately, my view is it's a parent's decision.
But now the White House says it may be able to financially support anyone who loses their pay as a result of mask mandates.
We're looking at a range of options to support the public health officials, the teachers, and officials who are trying to protect students and their communities.
President Biden held a closed-door meeting with business, university, and healthcare officials who have required their employees and students be fully vaccinated.
To the American people who haven't taken the vaccine, that it's in your interest, can save your life, and can fundamentally impact on the lives of your children or people you love.
But vaccine mandates remain a polarizing topic. A new Morning Consult political poll shows 56% of Americans strongly or somewhat support vaccination mandates for everyone, except those with medical conditions. And the divide is largely political, with Democrats far more likely to support vaccine mandates than Republicans. Skylar Henry, CBS News, Washington.
The Judiciary of Guam is following the governor's lead in implementing mandatory vaccination of employees. Supreme Court Chief Justice F. Philip Carbolito issued an administrative order requiring full vaccination of judiciary employees by no later than October 11th. The order states that any employee who refuses to get vaccinated or provide proof of vaccination will be subject to weekly COVID testing or face disciplinary action. The order also extends to volunteers of the court. The first official day of the fiscal year 2022 budget session lasted all but 3 minutes. At the start, Finance Committee Chair Senator Joe San Augustine moved a new substitute version of the government spending plan to the second reading file for discussion. But shortly after, Senator Amanda Shelton motioned to recess until Friday to allow more time for the public to review the measure. When they reconvene later this week, senators are expected to dissolve into the committee of the whole to question the administration's finance team. While they're likely to seek answers on the governor's ARP spending plan, DOA Director Ed Byrne, who will be one of the panelists, said during an appearance here on The Link that they might not get any because the budget deals with operations and is a completely separate issue from ARP, which is under the governor's purview. The new substitute budget bill calls for $617 million in appropriations. That is about $7 million more than what the administration is asking for. In other news, Adelup and the legislature continue to spar over local pandemic assistance. Following the governor's press conference on Tuesday, Speaker Therese Chalahi called on the island's MAGA Haga to stop playing games and pay out the RISE Act immediately.
The highly contentious and confusing RISE or All Rise program took another turn down the 8-month-long path to payment. Last week, senators passed 2 bills to remove any more speed bumps by streamlining the program, removing the $30 million cap, and increasing the one-time payment to eligible applicants. Governor Lilian Guerrero, during her press conference Tuesday, called out senators and the speaker for what she believes is dollars and nonsense.
I just have to say this. As a former senator, it's both unheard of and impractical that 2 conflicting pieces of legislation be sent to the governor's desk. I'm not going to speculate why the speaker allowed these bills to be considered in session when at the end of the day, whether I sign one or veto both, they create more legal issues at a time when so many people are waiting for direct relief. Let's be honest, their tactics are more about recognition and headlines than helping the people.
Senators have maintained that their bills aren't even necessary because the governor has full authority over ARP money that's being used to pay the RISE All Rise program. In a statement issued by the speaker, quote, "It is ironic that the governor is alleging the motivation in passing legislation was about recognition and headlines, then immediately took credit for pumping $1.2 billion into the economy when that came from the federal government. We sent 2 bills with 2 options to remove any perceived impediments on the RISE payments. All the governor has to do is pick one and stop the games," end quote. Standing with the speaker are several Republican senators, including Senator Tello Taitagui, who, like her colleagues, are confused at this point which act to follow.
We just gave her an option. Which route would she like to take? We all know that she created another program called All Rise, and now it sounds like she's scrapping that. She's scrapping the legislature's recommendation in the 35th Guam legislature when Senator Regine Bisco-Lee proffered this RISE Act, and now I think it sounds like she's going to scratch that and create her own. I wouldn't be surprised if this one's called the All-In Act,
The governor is expected to sign another executive order regarding the RISE All Rise program and make applications available online starting September 1st. The initial RISE Act lapsed into law back in December 2020.
The National Weather Service is monitoring Tropical Depression 16W, and we're heading straight over to the NWS, where Brandon Idolette is standing by. Good morning.
Good morning. How's everybody doing this morning?
All right, for the first day of school. Okay. Learning about the Delta variant, we're okay.
Yeah, we had quite a rainy morning to the start for the day, and some heavy showers moved through from Harmon area northward, but now we're starting to see that break up. So let me switch you around real quick, and I'll show you some of the latest satellite and radar, just to see what's going on across the region. So across the Marianas, those showers are definitely pushing off to the west. But as you can see, off to the west is a whole lot of showers and thunderstorms out there, quite a bit of lightning indications. And so it's fortunate that stuff has all moved west of us. Otherwise, we'd be having quite a different morning right now. And like I'd mentioned a few days ago, this is all courtesy of a combination of a surface trough pushing through and an upper level feature just to the north that is helping to instill that rising motion in the atmosphere. As we go to the satellite imagery, you can see just all that convection blossoming up to the west of us. And but we're going to see some clearing trends today, and so that will help calm things down across the region. However, we are watching well to the east, just to the northeast of the Marshall Islands. There is a tropical depression, number 16W. This was the one that I kind of alluded to back on Monday, circulation on the other side of the international date line. That the Central Pacific Hurricane Center and Joint Typhoon Warning Center were watching for some signs of at least a minor development. And indeed, that did come to pass. So now we're looking at a tropical depression that has been in existence for about 24, 30 hours now. And so let's go ahead to the slides, and I'll go ahead and give you a top-down of what all has happened. Initially, we were looking at only a tropical depression to talk about. But overnight, we did have a couple of earthquakes. There was one to the northeast of the Marianas, and then there was a more substantial earthquake near Mindanao, Philippines. That was a 7.1 earthquake. And so you can see in the headlines, the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center has given the all clear for the region. There is and was no tsunami threat with that 7.1 earthquake. So that is good. Looking at some of the buoy data across around the eastern Philippines, the Tsunami Warning Center did state that there was about maybe a 1/10 to 2/10 of a foot of a tsunami detected at one of the buoys. Such a tsunami would probably not be visible to the naked eye, but the buoys are very sensitive and can resolve these little disturbances. Now, as we go into the Tropical Depression 16, this system is still to the northeast of the Marshall Islands. It is moving due west, and we are looking at the computer model suggesting that some form of Depression 16 will affect the Marianas early, the first half of next week, around Tuesday, and I would say give or take about a day, because this system could move a little faster, could move a little slower, but all the trends maintain a fairly weak system. For Guam and the CNMI, we're looking at showers and thunderstorms decreasing today, but we're going to see kind of two punches of showers and thunderstorms. The first punch comes in on Sunday and the second one Tuesday. But generally, seas will stay benign into the weekend, and then we're going to start seeing an increase in conditions. For Micronesia, we're watching 16W, but all trends keep 16W to the north roughly along 12 to 13 degrees latitude, passing north of all islands and atolls. And so minor, no direct effects, but maybe some changes in the winds. If you go to our webpage, weather.gov/GUM, you'll see just below the forecast map, there is a link in a pink banner. That is where you can click for information on 16W. So let's go to the next slide. And so once again, just to recap the earthquake, that was in the southern Philippines, 7.1 early this morning, and we are in the all clear. The Tsunami Warning Center has finished issuing bulletins on this earthquake and potential tsunami event. So next slide, please. We're looking at satellite-based ocean surface winds here. This is what we call scatterometer data. This is very useful for us in the meteorology world, especially when the data sparse open Pacific Ocean. Now you can see across the Guam and CNMI, there's a little surface trough to the east of us overnight. That's what gave us a bump up in showers. And then over near Kwajalein, there's there's another surface trough and a couple of little circulations. There's a small uptick in winds. Those green wind barbs indicate winds of 15 and 20 knots. That's going to be our system that comes through on Sunday, giving us slightly stronger winds and uptick in showers. But the more substantial weather maker is that Tropical Depression 16W, still to the northeast of the Marshall Islands. Now, this system, worth noting, is it is fairly lopsided. On the north side of the system, you can see 25 to 35 mile per hour winds. Those are the ones indicated in yellow, orange, and red. But on the south side of the circulation center, the center of circulation is that red X. X marks the spot. South of the center, winds are much weaker. They're out of the west, about 10 to 15 miles per hour. And so that is what should be passing over the northern atolls of the Marshall Islands from Wooderick, Rongelat, Bikini, and Inuiatak. So they're going to see winds come around. And we're reaching out to the Madra Weather Office, and they are communicating with the folks in the northern atolls just to tell them to keep a heads up, and keep alert for this situation, any changing conditions. But ultimately, this system is expected to move westward with little impacts across the Marshall Islands. And so let's look at the latest forecast track. This is Advisory 6 from the Joint Typhoon Warning Center. This came out at 7 a.m. this morning. And typically, this map looks very boring. Typically, when we have a tropical cyclone in the region, especially those with tropical storm force winds exceeding 39 miles per hour, you start seeing some shading, some blues and yellows, some reds indicating those stronger winds. This storm track has nothing. It is only a tropical depression. We were seeing the possibility of it becoming a tropical storm today before weakening back into a depression. But right now, all indications are this system will stay as a tropical depression with winds of 35 miles per hour or less as it continues westward. So let's zoom out to the next page, and you'll see the air cone. Still a westward motion. It is unsettling to most people to see a track head straight to the Marianas. That is because we have seen many storms come westward toward the Marianas and bringing destructive conditions. Fortunately, in this case, that does not look to be the case. And as we go to the next one, you see the little green shadings. I'm just trying to highlight those winds that are showing 30-mile-per-hour winds in the long term. So that is a current expectation. The model trends have maintained such a case for this system. So while we're seeing this track heading due west toward the Marianas, the fortunate side is it is generally a weak system. So for the week ahead, how are we looking? Conditions will start clearing up for this afternoon, and then we're going to see isolated thunderstorms continue for the next couple of days. By Sunday, we're going to see another uptick in rainfall as that first system that's currently over Kwajalein and Koshrai approaches the Marianas. And then toward Tuesday, that's the current timeline of showers and winds picking up for the Marianas. Sea conditions are going to be relatively quiet, generally east swell or a mixture of east swell and wind waves. Quiet conditions on the seas, but by the late weekend, we're going to start seeing conditions start to increase as winds increase, and also that easterly swell picks up. So the next slide, just to recap a few things. Like I said, it is unsettling to see a tropical cyclone track that is headed straight for the Marianas, but all current guidance keeps 16W a weak system. That has been the case since before 16W was warned on by the Joint Typhoon Warning Center. We expected to see the strongest intensity around today, tomorrow, and then maintains a fairly weak tropical depression. And but nonetheless, it is something that we should all be closely watching for any changes. Sometimes changes do happen. The models may not quite have the best grasp on these situations, especially if upper level conditions become more favorable for intensification. So we're going to be watching this very closely. We'll be issuing updated advisories and forecast tracks every 6 hours. They will be on our webpage by 2 and 8 p.m. and a.m. And so everybody should be keeping a close eye on this. Next slide. What can you do to stay prepared for natural hazards? Tonight just shows you what hazards that we have to deal with all the time. The Civil Defense Homeland Security of Guam, they have a lot of URLs that are great for supplies and suggestions how to be prepared for any natural disaster. So I highly recommend you visit their page and find them on Facebook as well. And then ultimately, for all the latest forecasts, visit our webpage at weather.gov/GUM or find us on Facebook at NWS Guam for all the latest information. And of course, our webpage is where we're going to have all forecasts updated every 12 hours and every advisory and forecast track every 6 hours. If you have any questions, feel free to send us a message on Facebook. And for other recordings of our forecast, dial 211. And with that, I'll turn it over back to you.
Thanks a lot, Brandon, for being accessible and jumping on with the latest. I know when people saw that graphic floating all around WhatsApp, of course we got it, and everybody's like, what's going on, what's going on?
Oh, my God, and the armchair weathermen were out.
Right.
We got some people that work at our company who was like, is the rapture coming?
But I like it, the way you explain it. Yeah. You know, it's very simple and easy to understand, and so thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you, Brandon. Be safe.
You too.
Let's continue with our newscast here. Again, brought to you by Pacific Point, Sabrina Salas Mantanani.
And here is your news in tomorrow with Ken Conception.
Buenos updates to get suntog ifinut sa morgan ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank. Esta pago magkonfirma lusutumus na G7 manatmi na Delta variant sa gaigi gunigi islata. Jama suspepet sana matugini kasi pod meses na tempo tati. Gi news na konferensya gi Merkulis anunsya gobyerno na mentasti paro atisa reglamento renektu sempre hao masesa na tani sitwasyon. Ilang opisyal di salud publiko na si dia 23 de Julio 322 na kausang positibo masoda 220 sa taw-taw taha gwinigi zagwahan sa 95 sa 20 ni Tautoy Department of Defense. Este na infection sa manatmi gi sa sedimento linasan taw-taw tagi fandango dinan na manuno dyan mabisisita karoki na salon siha. Maski 600 na contact sa esta ma-identifika. Roiling ay Chief Public Officer si Chima Bakwen, nagwaha siya timan matungo ni Tisina Magatsa ni sistema ni Nabiso sa putaza kooperasyon. Yufasat siya sa may epoktori tataw na maduruzi ta lumas ifinagasing kanay sa nina sa Benimask. Gimas, ang Department of Judiciary of Guam sa matatizir ni kwesta ni Magahaga na toro'y ramas gobernamento o managwaha reglamento na debi fan mabakuna to di empleado niya. Ia finahustisya ni Supreme Court of Guam si Philip Carbolito na matinas anunsyo na entry na din administrasyon niya. Debito di man matsutsutso gi Judiciary of Guam na departamento ufan mabakuna no kabalis antes dia 11 de Oktubre. Ia din sa sangan mas na masya hazin na empleado ni timalago mabakuna sa siyempre mates kada semana para COVID. Kumutiman manosgi, siyempre mafana disiplinaryo na aksyon. Adyan orden sa extended wiloki para di man voluntaryo po fan matsotsogi ikorti. Mas talo, na siya ti klaro kore ramas legislatura o matatizi lokwi estinay net din ni goberno ay introdusi Bill 176 si Senador Frank Blas Jr. No debi man na setbi na amod binakuna uma-apreba ni Food and Drug Administration na ahensya ni Federal para pago di man na setbi na amod sa pudi emergency na autoridad. Ikabalis na inapreba gini FDA sa mananang ganaw fatu entry semana siya na tempo. Gobyerno sa manay orden na tori ay na ehensya ufan mabakuna antes dia 24 de September pasuno mafana disiplinaryo na aksyon. Iotro ni sila matawag ni STCA sa masabmiti rusutun test COVID kada semana. Ioto mo na santo para paugo na webes ni KUAM News gifinut sa Moro. I-permit diyan na sesyon ni legislatura para budget di 2022 na sakan sa 3 minuto sa Anaconia. Kitutuho ni Umiluli Committee on Finance si Senador Josan Augustin at sigon mo na nuevo na substitute version giplanin ng gobernamento pod ginasta esta segundo na reading file para madiskuti. Logitiap man na tempo si Senadora Amanda Shelton sa mamatinas motion para recess esta business para managwa mas tempo para publiko maribisita ibeo. Sa gamanali después talo pago na semana manananggan ng Senador siya ufan adespata entry committee para ikabalis para may kwestiyonya itim administrasyon finance kay gobyerno. Zamantas 20 huma espia tay mando do pusi planunya gobyerno para gastay sa lapi American Rescue Plan. Ilinga direktor ng Departamento ng Administrasyon si Ed Byrne entry iling na programa ni KUAM no member ni team na sinihataza enepi para Senador siya. Ilinga na este na budget sa puditay mando mamanehe gobernamento dasangiya i-ARP ko hinamlo pat sinafu. Ilingguhan sinafu sa kulan masapuraw. Notaza agwihi pod operations. Inuebo na substitute budget bill sa naanog 617 milyon pesos na appropriations. Kasi 7 milyon pesos mas kano'y slapi ni magagagaw ni administrasyon. Para Guam News Network, Guausikin Conception. Yasuto ifinut sa Moro sa presenta sa ninafato ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
June makes the best malasadas in Hawaii. A fact not lost on Daryl, whose brother Byron is cooking the onaga he caught at his secret fishing spot with his girlfriend Malia, who used to work for the Shave Ice Guy, whose second cousin Vince drives the school bus ridden by Calais, whose auntie makes the best malasadas in Hawaii. Everything here is connected, and with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances, and it all starts with yes.
KUAM TV has been on the air for 65 years. 65 years of growing, changing, and adapting to the needs of our local community. 65 years of making you smile, laugh, and cheer, and being there for you in times of tears and heartbreak, and learning to heal together. We've kept you on the edge of your seats, been a trusted source for you to turn to, weathered many storms together, and celebrated life's big moments. And now at 65, we celebrate all the firsts we brought you over the years and all the firsts that lie ahead as our world changes. KUAM TV, celebrating 65 years of firsts on Guam.
KUAM Digital presents a series highlighting the wide array of talents on our island. Whether they're a standout gamer, extreme athlete, performer, or have a unique skill to show off, we're showcasing them every month on Wow Factor. Brought to you by Mountain Dew. Do the do.
Guam was once home to over 12 native species of forest birds, each with their own unique sound, color, and role to play in our ecosystem. However, the arrival of the brown tree snake has threatened their existence. Today, only 3 of these species still exist in the wild. But what was once lost can be restored. Join the Department of Agriculture's efforts to restore our ecosystem. It is only through partnerships with various organizations and the community that we can give our native birds a future. Support snake suppression.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
June makes the best malasadas in Hawaii, a fact not lost on Daryl, whose brother Byron is cooking the onaga he caught at a secret fishing spot with his girlfriend Malia, who used to work for the Shave Ice Guy, whose second cousin Vince drives the school bus ridden by Calais, whose auntie makes the best malasadas in Hawaii. Everything here is connected, and with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances, and it all starts with yes.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's, offers fully covered loading and unloading area with individual pin-coded gate and door access. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Guided by the light of the heavenlies, I can hear them calling out to me. Lord, I know my heart's a heavy stone, weathered by the beating of the shore.
Good morning. Good morning. Hi. 8:40 Thursday, August 12th. Let's head right into the KUAM News Zoom room, where we have May Habib, the Guam Memorial Hospital Public Information Officer. Good morning.
Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Sabrina. Good morning, Guam.
Right on. Let's go ahead and get right into it. May, what is that?
Is that Isaiah? Yeah.
Oh, that is Isaiah. Are we going to have to go to Isaiah?
We'll get to you, Isaiah, in a little bit.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay. But if he's got John, we can break in and then come back to me.
Is that I can't.
Yeah, I'm flexible if you need to.
I know. Right.
Okay.
Okay, stand by. Stand by, May. We're going to go to our Zoom here. Eat one of those donuts. All right. Let's go to the Zoom room now. We're standing by. I believe they're at
Jose Rios Middle School.
In PD. We have from the KUAM News team, Isaiah Uggan, with GDOE Superintendent John Fernandez. Good morning, Isaiah.
Unmute.
You'll need to unmute.
Unmute. Good morning, Isaiah.
Good morning, Papa Chris and Bree. Here with me is the Guam Department of Education Superintendent John Fernandez. You stopped by DNC earlier today. How's the birthday school going?
Well, every first day of school is always, you always expect a lot of traffic. Just in those first days, as people get used to the routines, as we see the school buses coming in. And so, yeah, we did see that up at JFK. It's something that we always expect. But in addition to that, it rained very hard at the same time that kids were getting off the bus, getting out of the car. So added level of difficulty, like the Olympics or the gymnastics. This was a higher level of difficulty than normal. And then you add in the protocols that are being implemented, the temperature checks and making sure we maximize distancing and so forth. So, everything went, I think, pretty smoothly given all of that had to be taken into consideration. I think ask everybody just to really be patient because parents weren't able to get out and escort their kids to school. I know that it might take it longer to get into the school because of the lines and the temperature checks. But as far as I saw, everyone was in good spirits. Everything seemed to be working pretty smoothly. And we just really encourage all of the folks on the roads today to just be aware of the buses and the kids who might be out. First day of school, and we haven't done this for 18 months, so it might be something that we got to get used to, but it's here, so we're trying to get back to some level of a new normal for the first test. I think things went well at JFK.
Awesome. So, we've seen positive cases with the department and its employees and some students, and as a result, we've heard parents who wanted to switch their students or their children back to distance learning. What can you say about that, and why can't parents do that?
Well, remember, we had a registration opportunity at the end of last school year for students to register for online or for face-to-face. And the reason we did that is because we planned for the school 3 months in advance to make sure we have enough teachers online for the online students. In some cases, we haven't had enough students at one school to have dedicated teacher. So we've had to do a regional approach of combining classes from several schools. So there's a lot of things that went into providing online at the same time as we're going face to face. So that's one reason why we had to plan ahead. And for those who want to switch back, we clearly would like them to stay in their preferred model of learning because it's not easy. We can't take a teacher and move them online and face to face the same way that students might want to. If a school can accommodate those parents because there are available slots, that's already been happening. But if there are no slots available, we can't, accommodate those those who wish to change their model of learning. So if I were a parent, I would call the administrator. I would verify whether or not they're able to accommodate that request, and that that's really what we're able to do at this point. I mean, we're really lucky here because other school districts aren't offering any virtual learning at all. So now they're going back face to face. What we're trying to do is accommodate, at least those portions who don't feel comfortable yet. Now, with regard to the day-to-day situation, I mean, obviously, we've seen the health situation get higher and lower, and better and worse. So I'm just urging our community that we're not going to be making decisions on a day-to-day basis. We really want to look at what's happening in the community overall and where we are in terms of our protective measures, and then be assured that we're going to monitor the health and safety of our kids and our employees, and take the necessary actions to make sure that they are safe. But remember at schools, we are implementing multiple strategies at the same time. We call it a layered approach to protecting the health and safety of our school students and employees. So if one is falling short, there are other layers of protection that are in place. So that's our approach. You look at other places around the community, you won't see as many measures in place. So I think we're doing a good job. We take the rules seriously. We take safety seriously, and we're trying to make sure that we provide, again, that layered approach to safety. I think that'll allow us to be safer than what you're seeing in the broader community. Now, the cases that we have seen, and I admit, because we do report very transparently employees or students who are on campus who have tested positive. All of those cases are largely coming from outside. They're coming from the home, they're coming from the community. So we haven't seen any real issue of spread within the school setting, and I hope that continues. But we do care that what's happening in the community is not good, for us as a school system and for us as an island, because it shows that with the restrictions being lifted, there are people out in the community who are not they've let their guard down, and this Delta variant that's out there is going to take advantage of that. And I've told our employees, our employees at DOE, it's not just about practicing safety at school. You got to do that when you go home. When you're in the community, do our best as a member of the community to keep ourselves safe, not just in school but outside, because it all impacts each other.
Okay. And so, we've heard from GFT that there's some concerns about the governor's executive order, to the point where some have told the union they may resign or retire. What concerns have employees raised with you?
Well, I think vaccination is a very personal issue, obviously, but I also understand that, the governor's perspective. This is a public health emergency. The science is showing that vaccination is having an impact on the spread of COVID-19. It's not 100% of a protection, but right now, when you look at the data around the pandemic of the unvaccinated, those who are not vaccinated at this point, we know that still is going to create a risk for the community. So it seems from what I read in the executive order, there is enough legal backing for an employer to be able to require vaccinations of the employees. And what we're going to do at this point is give our employees the opportunity to make sure they take advantage of that vaccination opportunity. Like we're doing a clinic this Saturday at Teason High School gym from 10 to 4 for the specific purpose of helping our employees and students take the vaccine. So we have a high level of compliance already. About 75% of our school employees are already vaccinated. So it's really not an issue for everybody, but I know that there may be still that small portion of employees who are anxious about it, hesitant. They have a lot of questions. If they have questions, we encourage them to talk to the school nurse. The school nurses have been on the front lines. They've been working hard to try to deal with the impact in the hospitals and the community when people are getting sick. And they also have the latest information regarding the use of the vaccine and how it's been working. So for those who have questions, please get the information. We're happy to work with you and to give you the opportunity to get the vaccine. We're not so sure about other details. And I know there's a lot of questions about consequences and what happens if we don't comply by September 24th. Well, we haven't quite gotten to that point. We're going to see how far we can get by encouraging our employees to just comply to the extent that they can. If they have questions, answer those questions and then make the opportunities available to them.
Okay, so can you address the concerns from parents that are worried about no social distancing on buses and no temperature checks? And temperature checks are basically have to be done from home. So can you, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think the issue there is, what we're saying is that we have, again, multiple layers of strategies in place. We'll continue to talk with the buses about the temperature checks and whether that makes sense and how they're going to respond. I mean, one of the concerns that I know was raised was the time it takes to stop your bus to get the kids on and while you're stopping traffic and so forth, and the attention that the bus driver has to pay to that. Number two, if a student gets a high temperature, we're not going to leave them on the side of the road, so there has to be a plan for what happens to students. We're not going to tell them to walk home, and that becomes our responsibility. And then the third issue is that, I guess we have to take a look at those approaches. I see in the stores all the time, there's a lot of these temperature checks that nobody's monitoring, nobody's banning, sometimes they don't even work. So I don't want to be overly, focused on one strategy. They are requiring face masking. They are requiring ventilation in terms of opening windows in the buses. But I understand the face masks are the most important, part of the strategy. And so, today when I saw kids coming off the buses, they were all compliant. I was really surprised and I was glad to see that. And, when they come to school, we'll take their temperatures again. We'll make sure they're okay. And the school nurses are there. We have a school nurse at every school able to deal with any health issues that come up. And, when they come to school, we can contact the parents and be in better direct communication to make sure that those incidents are addressed quickly.
Okay, so how many schools have you visited this morning, and how many do you plan to visit after this?
Well, just a couple. I mean, usually, we'll get to 2, 3, 3 in the morning. We'll do several in the afternoon.
Okay.
On buses, and then we're planning to do this for the next couple of weeks. Usually, that's the time frame where we're just working out any issues that might come up, whether it's busing, whether it's food services, whether it's any issues that we might see down, COVID-19 issues and questions. Concerns. So we'll be spending a lot of time focused on that. We are working with the governor's office. I know they set up a hotline that I know has some glitches this morning that they're trying to fix. But we did want an opportunity for people to be able to call in if they have any questions, any issues, so we could get those questions answered. So we'll work on that for tomorrow for sure, to make sure that's available. And then again, first couple of weeks, our commitment is really intense monitoring of what's going on. So I think once we get to the hang of it, I think we'll be okay. But again, we just have to be vigilant and not let our guard down.
Okay, just to clarify, so if parents did want to switch their kids online and if the school can accommodate it, just reach the admin?
Yeah, they would. I think that's really where we're seeing those solutions being determined. But right now, as a general policy, we've completed registration. We're not going to be able to accommodate large numbers of kids trying, because of the latest news yesterday, now wanting to switch over, and then later on maybe wanting to switch back. It's just hard to do operationally. But if your school, there is a slot available and your principal is able to accommodate you without disrupting the teacher's assignments and so forth, that certainly has been allowed. And that's how I think most parents have been able to work through that.
Okay, so normally students are allowed to switch their schedule in the high school level. They're allowed to switch their schedule once the semester ends. Can they do that once the semester ends? Are they able to actually switch their model of learning?
Right now, the model of learning, we're waiting to the end of the semester for any further changes.
Got it. And any final comments to parents or legal guardians?
No, I mean, again, we're so excited to see our kids back at school. This is where they deserve to be. This is where we need them to be. They had their lives disrupted significantly over the past 18 months. So we believe we can do it safely, have them coming back to school. We'll see how things go these first couple of weeks. We care about their safety, and so if there's anything that needs to be responded to, we will take that, of course, with a great sense of urgency and concern. But again, we have to be safe as a community, and so I'm asking that we just all work together, not just in school, but outside where we're at home, at the restaurant, at the grocery store, wherever we're at. Try to make sure we practice those safe practices, because we're the only ones who are going to be able to keep our community safe. No one's going to do it for us. So we hope everybody will work together, because I want to keep our schools open for the rest of the year.
All right, thank you, Mr. Fernandez. For more details, tune into KUM's Primetime. For now, I'm Isaiah again.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Isaiah. Thank you, John. Congratulations. There you go. Very determined, obviously, and a good message there at the end. No one is going to do it for us, right? So while we sit around and we talk about where are the restrictions, oh, we did this last time, we just got to do our part and do the 4 W's. That's the messaging, is back to the basics, right? We kind of lost track of all that. Washing your hands, washing your distance, wearing your mask. I know COVID fatigue is real. I know, my people, but let's just do it. Let's power through. Come on. Do you want to have a great Christmas? I want to have a good Christmas this year. Anyway. Thanks, Bree.
I know you do.
I do. It's 8:55. Let's go back into the KUAM News Zoom room where, again, we are joined by May Habib, who's the Guam Memorial Hospital spokesperson. Good morning, May.
Good morning. Good to talk to you again.
Right on. So we'll just start with the COVID census. We had the chairman of the Physicians Advisory Group, Dr. Hoa, went on yesterday, and he was talking about a trigger point. And he was saying when we reach 10 hospitalizations, that's when we should really be concerned and start anticipating that things could take a turn for the worse. Well, yesterday we were at 9. This morning, are we at 8? And if you could just go into the COVID census for us.
Sure. I mean, I can speak for GMH for sure. We have 5 admitted COVID patients. None of them are in the ICU level of care. 3 of them I can share, because we have spoken about this together before, are unvaccinated. 2 are vaccinated. So we currently have 5 admitted COVID patients.
Are any of them children?
No, none are children. I can tell you, and I want to share, because I think it's really important for the community to understand the dynamic of who's being hospitalized and what's happening in our community especially. So 2 are in their 50s, 2 are in their 60s, and 1 is a 34-year-old.
Can you tell us anything about the condition without obviously getting too specific?
Yeah, of course, patient information is a very, very sensitive thing. I can tell you that 3 of them are unvaccinated, 2 are fully vaccinated. Most of them, from my understanding, do have some sort of comorbidity, something there. And, what's interesting to note too is that obesity is also something that is affecting COVID patients. So, we have always thought about the typical comorbidities, which is, the diabetes, the high blood pressure, which of course comes with a lot of the times obesity, but, we are seeing that obesity is also a comorbidity here at the hospital with people who are coming in with COVID. And you have to keep in mind that these 5 are the people who are admitted to. And that's the thing I really wanted to share, as we speak about hospitalizations and encourage people to go get vaccinated. These are the people who get admitted, right? That means that they have acute enough symptoms and things that need to be treated, that they need to be admitted to the hospital. There are still people who are showing up to the ER unvaccinated or perhaps vaccinated, but mostly unvaccinated, who are testing positive, but not in the acuity enough that they actually need to be admitted to hospital. So they're either sent at home if isolation is, proper at home, or to the isolation facility.
Are you able to give us the demographics, the age groups for the unvaxxed?
Of the ones that I have told you, one of the unvaccinated, sorry, is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
The unvaccinated, the 34-year-old, and one of the 60s and one of the 50s. I can't get into too many more details,
okay,
but I can tell you that.
Any on a ventilator, May? Are you able to say?
None. Oh, yes, some of them are on, one of them is on a CPAP machine, but not a ventilator, a CPAP, just extra oxygen, yeah.
We also had Dr. Hoa on talking about anticipating a rise in hospitalizations. Has GMH begun preparation, maybe clearing out areas? Because I know that during the surge last year, there were about 4 to 5 different COVID wards. So what type of preparations have begun at GMH?
Yeah, absolutely, Chris. We're not waiting. At first, there was no playbook, right? When this first hit us last March, and I wasn't at the hospital at the time, but I know that there was, a scramble to sort of figure it out as they go, gathering information from all around the world, from the World Health Organization, the CDC, to figure out how to properly do this. And I can say GMHA is really in a way better position, not a position we want to be in terms of rising hospitalizations in the community generally, but one that we're certainly ready to accommodate and ready to bring in. So yes, the conversations are happening in the background of what to change, which care unit to facilitate first. If there's a rise, how to isolate all. We do have many negative pressure rooms. There are entire care units here that have negative pressure rooms completely ready, and there are some that are being upgraded as we speak right now. So definitely in the background, I can tell you that those conversations are being had at GMHA to prepare for if a surge comes, right? We have not lived this before. We don't know what's coming. Maybe this is just a blip in the radar, or maybe there is something more serious coming, and we need to be prepared because we still are the island's designated a COVID hospital.
May, when you talk about there are sick people coming to the ER, vaccinated, unvaccinated, testing positive for COVID, are we talking about like significant numbers of people?
It's hard to define significant because our census generally is up right now, and I remember sharing this with you guys last time as well, is that we are just seeing a generally a higher census of even non-COVID patients, and that people are coming in sicker generally. And, whether the explanation is that they haven't seen their primary care doctor for the past year, or they've been worried to go see, any doctor or get any medical help, or maybe come into the hospital sooner because of anxiety around COVID. A lot of people lost their jobs too. So health insurance is a real thing, and if you lost your job and you couldn't go see your primary care provider, and then you let whatever that sickness or illness or ailment was go so long, now you're coming into the hospital sicker and needing emergency treatments as opposed to what could have been preventative perhaps over the past year or so. So I think generally we're seeing a sicker population. We're definitely seeing a higher census generally. Our current overall census is 142. It's hard to say everything's relative. I can't say definitively we're seeing high numbers of COVID coming into the ER. We are testing people who come into the ER. And, like I said, if they're acute enough to need to be admitted, then they end up being admitted. Otherwise, they go on and be properly isolated.
Right. But I mean, I'm pretty sure people in the ER or maybe would have a conversation, something like, wow, it's really picking up.
The COVID or just generally?
Yeah. And I mean that generally too, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think just like the community, like we are sort of the tail end, I think, of community spread, right? If you really think about it, community spread happens. A lot of, people could be asymptomatic or with the vaccine are seeing maybe less symptoms, and then that spread continues. And by the time they come into the ER, they're really sick. And yes, you're right. People do come in for not COVID. Some people are coming in for something different and then end up being tested and end up being COVID positive. So yes, we're definitely seeing more of that, I think, than we've seen over the past few months when things were a little calmer. And that's a reflection of just the general community spread.
Is GMH planning or preparing for possible use of the SNU again for an ISOFAC?
All things are on the table right now, Sabrina and Chris. I can't say that anything is off the table. We do have SNU patients, though, so that would be a bigger conversation to be had as to how much is needed. Can that all be accommodated at GMH, and will we need to spill over at SNU? So what I can confirm is those conversations are being had.
Okay. All right. Visitation, nothing's changed, right, with visitation?
No, we were so excited for what seemed like a really positive trend, right, in the community and we were having 0 hospitalizations in terms of COVID for quite some time, and the discussions had slowly begun to shift towards, should we change, should we not? And as of where we stand now, visitation is still the same, which is that you have to request, the person that is here has to request through nursing, and it all has to be approved for short, limited visitations, and you can have one supervisor sort of be with you again on an approval basis.
The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, I think we all know that they're going to be traveling to Guam. I want to say they probably will be here by next week, maybe, or the week after. Are they going to be visiting GMH again? Are you aware?
I'm not sure if there's a visit for them scheduled here, but I do know that our CEO, Lillian Perez-Posadas, is going to be meeting with them and has been invited by the Office of the Congressman to a meeting with them. So definitely those conversations would be had, and we're open, when they want to come in, and when the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers knocks at your door, you open and give them a big old hug. Well, don't give them a hug because of COVID, but you welcome them in really nicely. So absolutely, if they need to be here, if they want to be here, they're more than welcome. But definitely there is going to be some conversations with our executives.
Any update on the location of this new hospital? It's been, the governor held a press conference, and I think we all know that she wants to build the hospital, and probably everybody in Washington knows at this point. So, do we have a site yet?
We don't have a confirmed site yet. Just from the update that I gave you guys, I think 2 weeks ago. Okay. It's still the same, where all the data and all the results of, the Department of Land Management and GITA and all the sort of various conversations that are being had in the task force are sort of leaning towards that Manilao Medical Campus area. Honestly, the final decision would come from the governor's office, so you're better off giving them a call. Okay. I think I said this last time, but that's way above my pay grade and anybody here's pay grade. But that final decision really does rest with the governor's office. But what we can say is that we are working towards what a vision of a new hospital will be, and the needs of the community, and trying to forecast what the needs will be, and, how to really properly serve our community with medical delivery.
Anything on accreditation, reaccreditation?
Still holding. We have the application in with CIHQ, the Centers for Healthcare Improvement and Healthcare Quality. That application is in. We're moving forward. We're starting to receive all the literature, all the proper literature, and we have actually a team internally formed called the accreditation team, the A team, and their focus is really preparing the hospital to get us ready for accreditation. So there's a lot of education that goes in that, And we're excited. You know, it's a move forward for the hospital and something that we deserve and that the community deserves and every staff member here deserves.
All right. Thank you so much, May.
Thank you. Appreciate your time.
You
Appreciate
too.
yours.
Yep.
Stay safe.
Good talk. There you go, May Habib, GMHPIO. 9:06. We'll take a quick break. Here's who's coming up on the show, guys. We've got Brogan Walker, mixed martial arts fighter. She's having a fight coming up. And also Dr. David Sanchez out of University of Pitt.
Yep. I also want to remind you guys, we got a programming advisory, the world premiere of episode 2 of
Yes, we'll do that right
Breeze,
now. Yeah. So
called the Crimes Without Conviction podcast.
Guys, we're doing this KUAM podcast network. I'm sure you know it's the home of the Hofadeza podcast, as well as That's It, That's All, the One Micronesia podcast. Some really great content coming soon. We've got Cocktails and Convos with Joe Nugget-Charfaris, Fanatsu, Boca Box. So there's just a ton of great podcasts here. We do one on gaming. Jay does one on streaming movies. But the real flagship podcast of this network is Sabrina Salas Matanani's Crimes Without Convictions. Bree, and this was just an absolutely great idea. The first episode, really, I mean, talk about a great drop. I mean, that thing came out and people were sharing it, watching it. It was all over TV. What's it been like for you to kind of dust off some of these cold cases and give them a real thorough examination?
I think it's been very difficult to really kind of hear people reflect on these heinous crimes, and then the fact that there's been no closure, there's been no conviction, and so it really has left not just the families, but I think the investigators, they're torn up about it. You know.
You and I were talking about that yesterday. You said a lot of the detectives that you've spoken to for this series, they said that they continue to be haunted by the memories and and the facts and the unresolved issues that these cases evoke.
Of
And
course.
this is what
And it's interesting because I saw the chief of police yesterday when I was at Payless and IT, and he was like, "Hey, so what's going on with Crimes Without Conviction?" And I told him, "Yeah, it's actually the new one's coming out today, which was tomorrow." And he goes, "What's it on?" And I go, Jennifer Mesa. And he used to run the cold case unit before, and he was saying that is the one case that whenever his officers want to work on that case, they want to solve that murder.
Yeah, and this is
and he's hopeful and optimistic. Hopefully they can get a cold case unit back up and running, but they are severely short-staffed. But they're opening the DNA lab
this year.
Right, and he is just really hoping that with the opening of that lab, they can actually go back and they can close some of these cases.
Right.
And this happened 34 years ago, right?
The Mesa murder.
Yeah, so I think I was in high school at the time. But this is a crime that, I mean, everybody knew about. Everybody talked about this. This young lady just touched so many lives. And it's really, I mean, to say it's a tragedy is an understatement. And so we're going to give you guys this sneak peek of this new episode of Crimes Without Conviction. Jay, when does it drop, the full ep?
10 o'clock. It's going to be on our Facebook timeline. It's already set up there. So if you guys want to be reminded, just go to the post. It's just scroll down a little bit and click on Be Notified. And this one is very, very emotional, I would say. And like Bree said, at the time, this was obviously that back then, this is pre-mobile, pre-social, pre-internet, and everything. Everybody, was drawn into this. And like Chris said, she was a very popular member of our community. The grisly nature with which the crime took place and everything like that. Like back in those days, something happened. Everybody knew about it. This was the one thing that everybody fixated on.
I'm not sure what clip you pulled, but just a warning to people that may be listening.
It's graphic content, very graphic. That's why I waited till after the kids were hopefully in school, guys. But just again, a heads up, this podcast discusses very grisly, graphic, sordid details of some of Guam's most heinous crimes. It's Crimes Without Convictions. And here is your sneak peek with episode 2 right here on the link.
Dad.
Jennifer was a student at an all-girls private school in Hagåtña. She was a model. She was a daddy's girl. In 1997, her father, Ralph Mesa, granted an interview with KUAM's Grace Lee on her show, Island Focus.
Had me wrapped around her finger like nobody's business.
The case was still unsolved, and although painful, Mesa still shared the enduring love he had for his beautiful angel.
You just wonder. I drive through Hagåtña and see the girls at the academy in their uniforms walking from the library to the pool and stuff, and think about Jennifer and her day when she was there at that school in her uniforms, and days I'd have to go and pick her up from school or drop her off, that type of thing. I see young women in the grocery store with children on their hips and look and say, gee, would she have had children by now? She would be 27 this year. I think about her at family gatherings. I know everybody does, and sometimes we speak openly about her and talk about the things that she had done or things like that. In order to cope or adjust to it, what happened, the terrible parts of what happened, you have to block them out of your mind. And in doing so, you tend to sometimes forget things about her. And then when you forget those things, you feel a tremendous sense of guilt in that you've forgotten her. That's hard to do. She comes to mind almost every day. I carry something around with me that belongs to her. Or there's something in the house all the time that belongs to her, obviously. But I carry her little phone book that she had in my briefcase. Starts and ends at that point. You start and you regress back from when she died back to when she was born. You start from when she died and then to where she could have been or should have been or would have been.
Mr. Mesa is no longer with us today. He passed away in 2015 with no closure and no arrest of the person or persons who killed his daughter. According to Detective Cruz, they ruled out all potential suspects and checked out all the leads that were provided to GPD, including a man seen in a pickup truck with a young girl asking about a riding mower. Then there was a lead about a motorcycle seen parked in the yard about 20 to 30 feet away from the Mesa home. Perhaps, though, the main lead was that the suspect or the suspects they were searching for might have already been behind bars.
Yes, based on the proximity of the house, being so close to DOC, the work release program that was in place back then, of course we had to look into that and make sure that we had that accounted for. And we had a team that was designated to strictly go to all the job sites of these inmates that were on work release and account for their timeline, which we did, and there was nothing that raised our suspicions at that time, but as years had gone by after her murder, we kind of discovered that there was a revolving door at DOC. And it was hard to believe that inmates were being let out. And we found this out when the treasurer of Guam got robbed one morning. And we got a call that there were several inmates that had not been accounted for during a head count. They were nowhere inside DOC. So that kind of confirmed that this may have been happening way before this Treasure of Guam robbery. It's just that we had no solid proof.
All right, so that is going to be the world premiere. That was just a little bit, obviously, very emotional.
Yeah, I gotta give Bree props, man, because this is historical stuff, Bree. I mean, we've got like really great work. You always kick ass, but this is just another level. of your evolution, because I watch all these documentaries about like national crimes, and I always think there's stuff here that warrants this kind of expose and discussion. So thank you, Bree, for this awesome podcast, Crimes Without Convictions.
I got to thank the detective Steve Cruz, Chief Marquez, Sergeant Barry Flores, who was with the cold case unit before. Like I said, it's really tough when you talk about these kinds of things because it's really painful. And, you know, Raf Mesa Jr., he's still here on Guam. And, you know, I did try to get him on this program, but I did speak with him to let him know that I was going to be doing this.
And you're getting very emotional just talking about this right now. I mean,
Yeah,
these are really hard stories to tell.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
And
so-
also thanks to Vic, because Vic really edited this together.
Nice.
So again, you guys can catch a full episode. That's episode 2 of Crimes Without Conviction, the very, very tragic murder of, at the time, 16-year-old Jennifer Mesa that happened in 1987. That's going to be on Facebook Live and YouTube, both simultaneously live. If you would like to join the comments, offer your memories of how that affected you and everything, that's going to happen at 10 a.m. Also, if you want to subscribe to our audio podcast, check us out on your favorite podcast platform, Amazon Music, Audible, Spotify, Apple Podcast. Subscribe now and you can get episode 2 as well.
Thank you very much. 9:18, ladies and gentlemen, Jason Solis, good morning.
Good morning. So we are going...
Okay.
So let's go to our next interview with MMA fighter Brogan Walker, a local celebrity, no doubt. But Brogan joins us in the Zoom room right now. Brogan, half a day. Good to see you.
Hey everybody, great to see everybody again. Hey Bree.
Hey.
Well, it's raining back home, so you know you're certainly bringing the sunshine, and you know you're gonna do what you do is inspire people.
Oh, I appreciate you saying that. It's been very sunny, very hot here in SoCal lately.
Okay, very cool. Well, we were talking like when we're in the middle of that segment and everything like that. You are in Southern California, training for your next event. Get us up to speed on exactly the event itself, and then also what has training been like and everything. Because for athletes, everybody I've talked to says, I appreciate the opportunity to continue to do what I do, you know, as a competitor, as a lover of sports and everything like that. But I gotta tell you, this is also really, really weird.
Absolutely. Are you referring to due to COVID?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yes. So just to catch you guys up to speed, I have been here training since early summer, and it just sort of worked out that I was helping my mom through some things here, so I had to stay and continue to train, and I got a fight on the 27th. So just staying ready for that. I'm really, really fortunate that I've been able to continue to train with my teammates here that I started out with, that Mike and I started out with before we even went to Guam. So, you know, we're working back to the basics. Training camp has been really great. And like I said, I'm really grateful and really fortunate that I've been able to not only continue to do what I'm doing, but be there for my family when I need to be. And I appreciate everybody back home holding it down, both at Purebred and both at my Bumblebee family. It's been really great, like you said, to be able to continue to do what I love to do.
Right. Well, you know, your talent has obviously endeared you to fans of MMA out here and in sports and in general, but your character is what really keeps people cheering for you. And every time they hear like, hey, Brogan Walker's got like an X5, people are like, where do I sign up? You know, is it pay-per-view? I'm in. You know, like if there's a Instagram page I can follow and everything like that, let me know, because you know we want to send the 6-7 love, to Brogan in whatever she's doing and everything. So how does that make you feel, knowing you've got an entire island that you have come to accept as your home, and that really, really supports you, and you know we've all got your back?
Honestly, couldn't have said it better than you just did right now, but it's always overwhelming. I anticipate it, but I can never quite put it into words how great I feel just having that support and having that back, not only of all of my sponsors and my family and my gym, but like you said, just everyone. I love that about Guam. Just walking through the store, people, you know, will say what's up and give me good word, you know, motivate me in little ways. And I love that. I love that I can represent Guam and represent my family and my home.
And one thing I've always appreciated about you, you know, as a competitor, right, is that you have always, you know, done all the training and the diet and the preparation in that sense, but you've always tried to, you know, research your opponent, and, you know, you've never disrespected your opponent. You've always shown, you know, whoever you've gone against, you know, the ultimate respect, but you always try and, you know them, what their tendencies are, you know, what their fight game is like and everything like that. How well do you know the opponent you'll face in your next match?
I've been very lucky in that, in addition to doing my own research, and like you said, bottom line is respect, right? You got to respect your opponent, and knowledge is power. So the more information you can get and kind of have to work with is better. But I'm very fortunate in that my coaches out here have also been collecting that info, translating it into my game. And what we've been working on in training has been so incredibly specific that I feel like I've never been ready before like I am for this match. My coaches have been really precise, including my coaches on Guam, who I still FaceTime and work with weekly, every day. Like if I would be training with Steve-O at Paradise in the morning, I call in with him, or if he's busy. It was his birthday yesterday, or maybe day before yesterday on Guam already. So happy birthday, Steve-O!
Shout out to Steve Oshiro, our buddy.
Yeah, Steve Oshiro. So he's the man. So him and my coach Steve Roberto, both Ollie and Dave, Lloyd, Frank, I'm able to still connect with everybody. I get information from everyone, and we have to look for the pros in everything that we've been going through. And this school year was a rough year for me as an educator, but I got to practice doing exactly that. Is like taking good things from the situation, utilizing technology to the best of my ability, and running with it, rolling with the punches. So that's really what I've been doing. I've still been checking in with everyone, and I feel like I'm very prepared for my opponent. I not only stepped myself up on another level to where I looked at my weaknesses from my last fight, and I knew right away I need to sharpen up my hands, I need to work on my wrestling, and I came here with that plan, got right to work. And then my coaches, once they found out who my opponent was, they got right to work in breaking that down and preparing me mentally, physically. I feel like a little bit more like a scientist this time. Like I'm going to be going in there and experimenting and not experimenting, but I think seeing already what I know what she's going to do. I know how she's going to react for the most part. And
so there's my next question. That's very interesting. So without giving too much away in terms of tactics and everything like that, what is your game plan? Because, it's probably the oldest cliche in boxing, right? As I said, every pugilist has this amazing strategy until you get that first hit. And then it's, you constantly have to like adapt, modify, change your strategy depending on what your opponent's doing. So what is your plan going into, once the match starts?
Absolutely. So I have a plan for everything. Everything that I've seen that she can throw at me, I've been preparing for. And it goes hand in hand, like what I was saying earlier, with my weaknesses. So those things that I knew that I needed to work on, where those intersect with the things that I knew she may throw at me, that's where I started. Like I got right to work on those kinds of things and filling those gaps.
So you got plan A, B, C,
that's
D,
like
E,
the
F,
nicest smack talk I've ever heard.
That's all you're gonna get from me.
She throws at me, I'm like, ready.
Now, if she comes to me with a left, I'm ready for the left. If she throws a kitchen sink, I got the kitchen sink plan too.
Whatever.
There you go.
I was looking at your Instagram. Oh my gosh, you trained with Gabby Garcia?
I did. It was such a lovely surprise. She is the sweetest, like seriously the sweetest. She's training at Millennia, and I just happened to pop in there for pro practice, and she was going over some stuff with our coaches too. And I was lucky enough she grabbed me like, "Hey, you, come here." I'm like, okay. So we did a lot of like MMA positioning and wall work, a lot of really cool stuff. It was great. She's awesome.
Most most of us, I would dare say practically maybe even less than 1% would ever know, you know, what it's like to be an MMA competitor at your level and everything like that. So can you give us like a little bit of an insight? You know, you walk into the venue, you're already, you know, you've got your game face on, you've been preparing and everything like that. You're completely locked in, you know, Brogan the laser, right? You know what you have to do. Right before the match starts, you know, you get in, you shake off, you know, the cobwebs, whatever like that. What's the Brogan Walker mindset in those few fleeting moments before the match starts?
Truly, it's all of you guys. I would be lying if I didn't say that it wasn't like my why, my motivation. I have to keep that at the forefront of everything I do. So before I forget, right before this, Miesha Tate was messaging me because, you know, we met while she was visiting Guam, and I thought, oh my gosh, she's such a cool person. We connected a little bit. But she's actually going to be commentating our fights for Invicta 44 because, we're on pay-per-view now. We're on Access TV, and she just wanted to confirm that I was the only current professional female mixed martial artist representing Guam. And I believe I am. But I think the biggest thing stepping in there always is just that, representing Guam as my home and representing California as my home also, you know, my original home, representing anybody who's ever been in a situation that I've been in, you know, it's so much. And it's not like an overwhelming pressure kind of feeling that I give myself before I go in there. It's just like it's more of like a build up than a weight. It's more like everyone's behind you, bro. You know, no matter what happens, you're gonna do great. You're gonna be fine. That kind of a thing. So that's really what's going through my head right before my fight.
That's beautiful. And you know, I know you are the only like woman representing Guam in MMA until like we're working on this until we get Sabrina signed to her first fight, which hopefully will not be against you because we're going to be really torn on who to cheer for.
I was reminiscing about the time that we were doing jiu-jitsu at the cliff.
Oh, please tell us about that. That would be awesome.
No, I can't remember her name. And I always talk about that, how she like put her knee right on my chest. I was like, oh,
Alice.
Like, I don't know what I'm doing. You're killing me.
That was Alice.
She's like probably like a super duper black belt by now.
She just recently got promoted to the rank of brown.
Oh.
Wow.
I guess not recently anymore, but congrats, Alice.
All right. Well, we're are you still teaching? Are you going back to GDOE?
Yes. So, like I was saying earlier, I want to give a shout out to my Bumblebee family, everyone at the school. Yes, thank you guys. Everyone at the school not only is always supportive, like on every level. I can't even begin to tell you, like my grade level team helped me to set up my classroom and prepare everything for my students. You know, I did what I could remotely, but they really took the brunt of the work and they helped me out there. And also, what was I gonna say? Also, you know, just admin, everybody being so supportive. And it's always been that way. They have always supported me in everything I do, even if I'm just watching what I eat at lunch. You know, my grade level team, they'll eat salad and chicken and rice with me because they're that supportive.
Well, that being the case, that was an amazing shout out. I mean, absolutely like one of your signature shout outs. But you know, do you have a message that you'd like to pass along to the Bumblebee community right now? Because their first day in school back today, you know, like things are a little bit tense here, you know, with the variant going around and everything. Some people are a little bit more nervous. What wisdom or what motivation for them to be Brogan strong would you want to give the Bumblebees?
Yeah, I don't know if I have too much wisdom, but what I will say, Bumblebees, is do your thing, have a great school year like we always do. We always make it happen no matter what. Like, it's literally what I was just saying, right? Even if I can't be there physically, my team and everybody works so synergistically that everything just falls into place. We put the students first. So shout out to all of the teachers and admin. You guys got this. And, you know, shout out to all of the students. You guys are going to have a great school year. No matter what COVID or anything else throws our way, education must continue, and you guys know that. You know, we had a lot of stumbles and getting used to adjusting, like you were saying, rolling with the punches last school year, and even at the end of the previous school year. But I think we're all just going to do just fine. We're going to keep moving forward like we always do. So thank you to everyone, not just at Agania Heights, but the whole district who always makes that happen. Thank you guys.
And now, Brogan, you can add to your what's already a mile long on your LinkedIn profile, top level motivational speaker, because that was some A+ stuff right there. So.
Oh, I thought you were asking who's my favorite motivational speaker.
No, you that is another one of your expanding skill sets and everything like that.
She's got the most well-behaved students too, I'm sure.
Yeah. You don't want to mess with Miss Walker.
She said you better
believe it.
Thanks, Brogan.
Thank you guys. I miss everybody so much. Just one more shout out to my purebred familia, my Poksai familia in Sanchez, everybody. Really, thank you guys for holding it down. Thank you to my sponsors, Pokai Mosas, Silver Lion Athletics, Relief Shop. I thank you guys so much. I couldn't do it without everybody.
Hey, we're all cheering for hashtag Team Brogan, man. Yay. All 4 of us in the room. We're all big fans of yours, and we wish you the very best. We're
Thank
cheering
you, Brogan.
Bye, Brogan.
Thank you, guys.
All right, take care.
9:32, quick break, and we're back with the University of Pittsburgh next, right here on the link.
KUAM TV has been on the air for 65 years. 65 years of growing, changing, and adapting to the needs of our local community. 65 years of making you smile, laugh, and cheer, and being there for you in times of tears and heartbreak, and learning to heal together. We've kept you on the edge of your seats, been a trusted source for you to turn to, weathered many storms together, and celebrated life's big moments. And now at 65, we celebrate all the firsts we brought you over the years, and all the firsts that lie ahead as our world changes. KUAM TV, celebrating 65 years of firsts on Guam.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's, offers fully covered loading and unloading area with individual pin-coded gate and door access. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Make sure you're connected. The writing's on the wall. 'Cause if your mind's neglected, stumble you might fall,
Connection is a human necessity, one we need today more than ever. And with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances. And it all starts with yes.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
After a year with so many games and events delayed or unplayed, the world is ready for anything and everything in the world of sports. KUAM Communications is ready with more games, more championships, and more specials that are guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, Superior Light Beer, Marianas Irrigation and Landscape, and Docomo Pacific. Just more great reasons to tune in and turn on so you'll fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday to hear about the latest in sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink,
brought to you each week by Cure Alkaline Water and Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape,
airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM, on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. SportsLink is hosted by Dave Delgado through KUAM Sports, and he will make sure that everyone knows what is happening on the fields, in the gyms, and everywhere in between.
Guam was once home to over 12 native species of forest birds, each with their own unique sound, color, and role to play in our ecosystem. However, the arrival of the brown tree snake has threatened their existence. Today, only 3 of these species still exist in the wild. But what was once lost can be restored. Join the Department of Agriculture's efforts to restore our ecosystem. It is only through partnerships with various organizations and the community that we can give our native birds a future. Support snake suppression.
See what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KUAM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi.
Hey, Snoopy, man, how you doing, man? I saw you with a girl last night. She was fine. But there's only one question I want to ask you, dog. Did you get her? Oh, come on, man. Did you?
All right, welcome back to The Link, everybody, on a wet and wild Thursday, as it has been. A son of Guam, who is doing amazing things in the Steel City, Pittsburgh, PA, is back in his native soil right now. Dr. David Sanchez, who is a professor of engineering at the University of Pittsburgh. So, Dr. Sanchez, half a day, welcome home.
Half a day. Thank you so much for having us. It's wonderful to be home and be able to share with the students.
Okay, and as we can clearly see in the Zoom room and everything like that, you have brought several of your engineering students here who are on a study abroad assignment. I take it, and you guys actually, I mean, the timing could not have been more perfect for sustainable engineering students, because you guys went up and actually observed what has become a very troublesome point up at Marble Cave with all the erosion and everything, correct?
Yeah, so this is about just half of the students, but we've been very fortunate to go around and did cultural excursions, historic ones, and even operations such as solar farm and things with GPA and GWA.
Okay, could we get like the students themselves? And as I understand it, you're all undergraduates, right? Excellent. Okay, go Panthers, first of all. Go Panthers. Can each of you maybe just introduce yourselves and say, like, you know, where you're from and what year you're in at Pitt?
Sure. I'm Jared Coco. I'm a senior chemical engineering student. I'm actually from Washington State originally.
Right on.
I'm Armand Singh. I'm a senior mechanical engineering student from Philly.
Good morning. My name is Ekaterini Papazakos, and I'm a junior chemical engineering student. I'm originally from Pittsburgh.
Hi, my name is Smith McGahead. I'm studying mechanical engineering and I'm originally from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania.
Hello, I'm I'm Heather, and I'm originally from Hawaii, and I'm studying engineering science and a rising junior.
Hey, all right. Well, hafade and aloha. Very good to have you here. So, like I said, the timing of your arrival, and we the community really appreciate the work and the research, and hopefully what is the output of this, some sort of study or analysis of what's happened up at Marble Cave, because a little bit of a backstory, I'm sure you guys know by now, but it's one of like the most cherished parts of our island. Environmentally, it plays a very big part because Guam's precious water lens is around that area and everything like that. But unfortunately, a little bit of an industrial accident happened, and now there's a lot of erosion. There was some storm runoff stuff. Like I'm sure you're well versed in that and everything like that. But when you guys first got there, and you can all kind of chime in as you see fit. When you first arrived on site, as engineering students and everything like that, what impact did it make on you, and what did you first see when you got there?
First thing we saw was just like all the trees they cleared to make room for the farm. And solar power is like very important. It's a big step, not just for this island, but for the world as a whole. But a big part of engineering isn't just like, can we do it, but should we do it? So that's something that Mezen and I have been working on for our project, which relates to sustainable energy, is taking care to make sure that we don't create any environmental issues doing so.
I was really impressed because they have an endangered species of snail that they are protecting up there at Ketco Farm. So they actually put a fence around it and made sure that it still has the habitat it needs, even while they did their installation.
That's very true. Yeah. Okay,
I
anybody
think
else?
I
What were your first reactions like when you first went up there? Hopefully, the site itself has been like I'm trying to pick my words carefully here. I'm seeing it was somewhat of an accident. The unfortunate state of the flora and fauna up there and everything like that. But maybe we can ask Doc: was there a particular assignment or guidance you gave these young minds, and when you said go up there and I want to see you look for specific things and develop specific situations? Because as engineers, obviously, there is a process that we follow, and like you gather data, you evaluate it, and then as the gentleman said, just because you can do something doesn't mean you necessarily need to.
Yeah, no, oftentimes it's an invitation for them to first observe and then compare and contrast to other things that they've seen. First, the thing that's pretty enormous is, just the 220,000 panels that are there. And after that, pointing out different engineering features, especially erosion control, right, that ought to be there. And so whether it's sedimentation basins or other vegetation that should be growing, but that's one thing that you look for as an engineer. And so as they're running around, looking at the sites, and KEPCO was generous enough to host us, part of that was having a conversation about these challenges, right? Putting in solar, which is a positive thing, and being able to manage and mitigate environmental challenges.
Mm-hmm. What do you plan to do now that you've been out there? I'm sure you guys have had a chance to powwow with each other, maybe really take in and get a sense of the backstory and the significance of that part of the island and everything like that. What are the next steps for you? To hopefully produce some sort of sustainable engineering, like a model or an analysis of some sort.
Yeah, prior to coming here, the 10 students actually are on four different projects. And so one is on building innovation, another one is on energy, another one is on wastewater, and the final one is actually on propagation of certain plants for traditional medicine. And so they were doing that prior to us getting here. And I think for them, especially for the energy group, it's important for them to add in that evaluation into consideration when they are suggesting final sustainable solutions. And so our goal is to kind of share, but also to engage with stakeholders, because it has to be grounded here, and it has to be a collaborative effort. And so with stakeholders here, the idea is to continue that dialogue and see how we can serve and support.
Mm-hmm. Now, that part of the island again is one of the things that makes it so significant. I'm sure you guys know this, is that it's remained for the most part kind of untouched by the hands of man for decades and decades and everything like that. And it's pristine. As locals, it's something we take a lot of pride in. If people go over there, to take selfies, because it's obviously a very beautiful, cliffside and everything like that, everybody make sure to, don't disturb, the nature. Try not to, break anything. But what are some of the opportunities as engineers that you see, there, as opposed to this being, smack dab in the middle of, an industrial-driven city like Pittsburgh.
I think that was very relevant. I'm on the energy project with Armand, and I think that was very, very relevant to our project because I think when we initially got here, we were like, okay, there's a lot of sun on Guam, like, there's the ocean, like we can kind of just like put some solar panels here and there, boom, we're done. But I think there were a lot more environmental considerations that we had to take into effect, the cultural considerations, just like the land that we were using. And we had to kind of get creative to sort of figure out a way to manage the people on the island while also not invading these pristine territories, and to do so essentially.
Very interesting, and I love how the fact that you brought up like solar, because there is like a little bit of a kerfuffle going on right now as Guam moves to alternate forms of energy, and like a lot of people were saying, we live on a tropical island that gets 10 months of sun per year. Why has solar not been brought up? I mean, they even thought about bringing nuclear in at one point, but possibly before solar and everything like that. But yeah, that's something definitely that leadership locally and everything like that, I'm sure your researchers would be very interested in reading that.
Yeah, many of the challenges really when it comes to sustainability and as they're weighing these really big challenges is understanding the trade-offs, right? And being prudent so that you're serving not only the social, but the environmental and the economic considerations. And if you're doing that, then that balanced approach is really what guides you. And they're just the true testament to what's going on here, to the engineers here, good work at UOG, and to Island Wisdom. And for me, for them to see the culture and how the community goes about managing these things is very important.
Now, as engineers, I know for people that do what we do for a living, right? It's all about the process. You can never just say, I'm going to go in some place with like guns blazing and get all this work done in 5 minutes. It's all about moving from A to B to C to D in a very specific order. How much does that weigh in on what you guys saw, and if we are to implement some sort of sustainable solution and everything like that, that things have to be done by the book. You can't just say let's whip some system together and like hope it works, because that is a major part of the discipline of engineering.
Yeah, with respect to any first one is following the protocol or following whatever your design is and meeting the standards. There are standards set for professional conduct and for management and construction that you simply have to follow. But I think the flip side of it, and a lot of these students are engaging in, is creative ways to adapt and revive so that the ecosystem or the technology or the building is not just surviving but thriving, right? And how can we allow these things to flourish side by side? And so as you're asking for opportunities, what happens if you can rejuvenate or maybe plant certain indigenous, reinstall certain indigenous flora and fauna there? Mm-hmm. What else can you do to enhance maybe access and the preservation of things like farming? And so I think there is an opportunity buried in this, as challenging as it is to see. I think these are things that they're seeing in their projects, and also the community is well aware of.
Okay, now for comparison, did you guys visit any other maybe sites, like obviously the Marble Cave area? It's cliffside. It's generally on the northern part of the island. Guam's small enough where the climate is basically consistent throughout. But have you guys gone to other places where maybe I know, Doc, you're originally from Jotnia, so maybe places that are more inland, so that the students can get a better sense of the differences on Guam as well as the similarities.
You want to tell them other places you've been?
We've been all over the place.
Nice. I hope we treated you well.
Incredibly well.
Oh, good. Island hospitality is what we're all about, brother.
So they've been to Vitidian. They had been down to Molesset, just at the very end. Toured Humaltec. Definitely gotten a short tour. Spent quite a bit at the University of Guam. Engaging with Dr. Anita and many of the faculty there, including those at WERI or the School of Engineering. It's been packed. I did tell them it's going to be like drinking out of a fire hose.
Yeah, well, the work that you guys are doing certainly is not going to go unnoticed, and we greatly appreciate you guys for putting the work in, and we really, really want to see what you guys have to come up with, because the problem that you're working on is unfortunately long-standing, and we really want to get this work done, move towards sustainable solutions and everything like that. So thank you guys from this community.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for having us on.
And St. Louis Mossy, to the whole community for, again, their hospitality and generosity, the rich experience experiences only come because Guam is such a wonderful community.
All right, Doc, make sure they all get good Fiesta plates. Make sure you guys get red rice. Make sure you guys try some chicken calaguin. If you have no idea what you're talking about, Doc will set you up.
Oh, they don't want to leave. They already told me they don't want to leave. Yeah.
So you guys have been here for 2 weeks. Technically, one more week, you guys are considered Guamanian. You guys are legit. You guys are local.
Yeah.
All right. Well, please enjoy the rest of your stay. Thank you again, and please travel safe. And we'll see you guys in football season. All right. Take care, guys. Jesus Masi.
Thank you, Jay. Good job.
That's
that was
good
awesome.
stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just kept thinking about that movie Law Abiding Citizen when that guy said he was a mechanical engineer. It's 9:52. We're going to take a quick break and come back with Cover Me right here on The Link. Good morning.
KUAM Digital presents a series highlighting the wide array of talents on our island. Whether they're a standout gamer, extreme athlete, performer, or have a unique skill to show off, we're showcasing them every month on Wow Factor. Brought to you by Mountain Dew. Do the do. Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi. A new musical competition series from NBC focusing on original music is in the works, and they're looking for contestants. American Song Contest is modeled after the hit European phenomenon Eurovision, which has produced some of the most talented performers the world has ever known. The show's looking for individuals and bands from all types of music to find an act in every state and territory, including representatives from Guam and the CNMI. Go online to AmericanSongSubmissions.com to enter and submit your original song submissions now. Must be 16 years or older, and groups cannot exceed 6 people. Additional conditions apply. So apply today and get ready to rep our island on the national stage. American Song Contest debuts next spring on NBC. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's, offers fully covered loading and unloading area with individual pin-coded gate and door access. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
June makes the best malasadas in Hawaii, a fact not lost on Daryl, whose brother Byron is cooking the onaga he caught at his secret fishing spot with his girlfriend Malia, who used to work for the Shave Ice Guy, whose second cousin Vince drives the school bus ridden by Calais, whose auntie makes the best malasadas in Hawaii. Everything here is connected, and with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances, and it all starts with yes.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
See what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KUAM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out.
Guam was once home to over 12 native species of forest birds, each with their own unique sound, color, and role to play in our ecosystem. However, the arrival of the brown tree snake has threatened their existence. Today, only 3 of these species still exist in the wild. But what was once lost can be restored. Join the Department of Agriculture's efforts to restore our ecosystem. It is only through partnerships with various organizations and the community that we can give our native birds a future. Support snake suppression.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KOAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KOAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KOAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale.
KUAM News, in partnership with the Guam Visitors Bureau, brings you the Guam Safe and WTTC Safe Travel Certified Program Showcase. Look out for this powerful symbol for visitors, island residents, and industry workers alike, as it represents establishments with a consistent global commitment to safety practices. Stamped with approval by the Guam Visitors Bureau and the World Travel Tourism Council. Every Monday on KUAM News will feature a different local business who's taken the Safe Guam and Safe Travels pledge to maintain health and safety standards to get Guam back on track. Log on to visitguam.com to see how your business can receive the designation, what businesses in our community are Guam Safe certified, and have the WTTC Safe Travel certified.
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV8 or from CBS on KUAM TV11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentations, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, Bud Light Seltzer, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
About the first day of school, which already started, you can call the 311 hotline, press option 8. It's up and running. They just debuted it this morning on the first day of school. We're not going to make any snarky comments about that. I already did earlier when you were gone, Bree.
No.
Yeah, okay. It's Thursday, August 12th, though. KUAM TV. Thank you guys so much. My name's Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
I'm Jason.
Esta. Adios!
Bye.
Guess who's back? Yeah, we're back here on Facebook Live. We're KUAM FM, Agotni Guam on the Breeze, and again, FB Live, the KUAM News Facebook page.
And we got stuff to give away.
Stuffs. We got
stuff.
Check out our own stuffs. 637-0094.
It's like that remember that shirt from like the 90s that like seemingly everybody had, the Napa shirt? He goes, check out my farts.
Yeah.
Everybody had that. You know what we're talking about?
No.
Everybody had that shirt.
Bree would not wear a shirt like that.
It was super cool.
It's 10 o'clock, 637-0094. We'll take the first correct caller. We're doing some 65th anniversary KUAM trivia.
Indeed. And today's question, give us a call, 637-0094. The man just said, you might know that KUAM has been a affiliate of NBC and CBS, those two very fine networks. They're acronyms. I need you to tell me what NBC and CBS stand for. And if you can, and give us a call at 637-0094, we will hook you up with stuff. It's a prize package of stuff. What that stuff is?
We all could use stuff.
We all could use stuff.
Yeah, it's some gift certificate stuff. You know, we might get a coffee cup, Breeze coffee cup kind of stuff. Basically, why they're saying stuff is because we don't know, but our great KUAM sales force always hooks it up for the best audience in the world.
Maybe a leftover like tea bag that Chris didn't use up from his desk stuff.
I don't drink tea.
Oh, you don't? Okay,
here we go. What's the question?
So what do CBS and NBC mean? They're acronyms. I knew one of them. I do not know the second one. I know NBC. So what do they mean? 637-0094. KUAM's network affiliations are with NBC and CBS. What do NBC and CBS mean?
What do the letters stand for?
Yeah.
Okay, so there you go. What does NBC and CBS stand for? Let's go to the phones here.
All right off the bat.
Yeah. Good morning. This is the link.
Sounds
Who's
like
this?
a winner.
Hi, it's Michelle.
Hi, Michelle. How are you today?
Okay.
How was the first day of school?
Oh, I waited in line to drop the kids for like 35 minutes.
Where?
League One Elementary.
And what was the delay? Was it just because there was a lot of people out driving, or was it they weren't directing traffic good enough?
Taking temperature before heading in.
Right. So now you have to add, what, another 30 minutes? You're going to get up 30 minutes earlier tomorrow, or?
Yeah, and there was like a big traffic too here where Reddingdale was at, so I was like, oh my gosh.
So was your child late for school?
He wasn't. We actually woke up at 5 o'clock. I was getting them ready, and then we left the house by 7.
Right.
Well, let me ask you, Michelle, when you went into to drop your kids at League One Elementary School, did you come in from the side road in Fatima, or did you come in from from Marine Drive and turn in?
Fatima.
Fatima. Okay, that's the one I always take, the shortcut.
Yeah.
That's a secret that everybody knows about.
So that's kind of the new normal, right? Is that because we heard there were a lot of delays and traffic all over the island, and I wasn't sure if it was because we just haven't had a first day of school in a minute, or if it was because of these protocols. So you're saying it's because of the temperature checks?
Yes.
Right on. Well, Michelle, we appreciate you listening. How was the show this morning? Was it all right? Were you able to catch a lot of it?
I did, actually. I never stopped listening. I made it so loud going to my kids at school. I kept telling them, be quiet. I need to listen to this news.
Thank you.
Did you call 311?
I didn't, but I heard you guys calling, and it was like redirecting you guys or saying it wasn't an option.
The number you have dialed.
Yeah, so I was like, I'm not even going to budge.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Michelle, for your kind words. And now we have some business to conduct with you.
Yeah, this prize package, Michelle, has your name all over it. If you can tell me. Okay, we'll go one by one. Do you know what NBC stands for?
Is it National Broadcasting Company?
That's right. All right. One out of two would come right out of the bat. Okay, and now bring us home, Michelle. Can you tell us what CBS stands for?
Is it Columbia Broadcasting System?
Yes! I didn't even know that.
I didn't know CBS. Yeah.
Google's your best friend.
Right. Oh, Google. You cheated on us, Michelle.
Hey, she had time.
She did, right.
You're just sitting in traffic.
A lot of time.
Really quick.
Michelle, what's your last name, if you don't mind?
Kerr, K-E-R-R.
Okay, so you are on the list here to pick up some awesome stuff.
But you know, if you're going to pick up your kids from League One Elementary, you can swing by here, on the way back or prior,
Yes.
Right.
and we'll give you your stuff.
Yay! Thank you guys so much.
Of course.
Thank you for
Hagamos,
listening.
yeah,
Guys,
thank
stay
you.
safe.
You too.
Have a wonderful day. Thanks for calling.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
There you
Bye.
go. Thank you,
Good
Michelle.
people on the island. Huh?
Good people.
I love living on Guam.
We got the best people. It's 10:05. Cover Me, which is brought to you by Burger King. Guys, get ready for Chicken Fries Friday. That's tomorrow.
I love.
Go ahead, Bree.
I love when you say that. It's so
Yeah.
funny. I love, love, love.
Because I'm like I love, love, love. Like you say it from your stomach.
Love, love, love.
That's how you do it.
Dude, for free chicken fries, I
Yeah.
will turn into like Pavarotti.
Yeah,
I love chicken fries.
let me get out and dance for you, you know? Yeah, so check them at Burger King, our good friends there.
Please don't in the drive-thru. Gum-Gum's got enough to worry about these days without having to like deal with that.
It's 10:06.
We have a radio host dancing in a drive-thru. We have a radio host dancing in a drive-thru.
It's also brought to you by Docomo Pacific. Guys, we're going to leave you with this cut from Joe Garrido. Again, Link fam, thank you so much. Have a great first rest of the day of school. Jay, good job.
Always fun, guys.
Bree, good job. Crimes Without Conviction drops this morning.
Yeah, it's already started.
It's already
It's
live.
on YouTube and Facebook Live right now, or if you want to listen to it later, it's on all podcast platforms.
All right, Guam, stay safe. The Delta variant, dun dun dun, is out there. We'll see you tomorrow, God willing. My name's Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
I'm Jason. That's Joe, sir.
Está Dios.
Nona, dispensa zupa pogu. Put esti bidogu, ni huna puti kura sonmu. Nona, estamos tú y tiempo ku. Bayudingu hamzu todos para ilina lahu. I know na kulanzu ipalumagi kanaimu daun dia sempre by hugupu. Nona, who compreende sin temu. Uminitin coraçonmu sa hagutmu na dangkulu. Nona, manyoda zugwinay zaku. Feed migi coraçonmu está aqui finataihu. I know na kulanzu ipalumagi kanaimu daun dia sempre by hugupu. Munga fan kumati sa diput siya natay gwini ilinat lajani ku costumbre. Lo hasu, nagaigaw gi corazon hu. Para todo na'y tempo at sukatay guitu gifiyon mo. I know na kulanzu ipalumagi kanay mo daun dia sempre by who I know na kulanzu ipalumagi kanay mo daun dia sempre by who daun dia sempre by who